Chapter 41. Ferocious beasts were much stronger than humans of the same level. This young man was not ordinary to be able to deal with a level 8 ferocious beast by himself. Moreover, he was already at level 8 true chi at such a young age. His talent was naturally not weak. Not weak talent coupled with strong combat strength. Zi-Chin had to pay attention to this young man. Compared to the young man, the people around him were much weaker. They were only at level 7 true chi, so Zi-Chin did not care about them. "Come on, you little thing. You dare to fight with me?" The black sword flashed, and a wound appeared on the red fierce tiger's body. The sharpness of the black sword made Zi-Chen's eyes light up. This is not a second-rate weapon. It is a first-rate weapon. Zi-Chen was certain. The young man attacked quickly, and his mouth was not idle. He said some words that the red fierce tiger did not understand. "Little thing, I asked you to hand over the spirit medicine, but you refused. You are courting death. You deserve it. Today I meet you, young Master Ling Fei. It's your death date." Hearing the other party's gossip, Zi-Chen's gaze moved away from the young man and landed on a spirit medicine in the distance. It was a 6-leaf blood Lingji mushroom. The 7th leaf was half-grown. It was crystal clear and emitted a faint fragrance. This is the 7 Yi Ling mushroom. Zi-Chen's eyes suddenly widened. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Lingji mushrooms were divided into 9 leaves. 1 leaf grew every 100 years. When it was 1,000 years old, the 9 leaves would fall off and transform into 1 leaf. This leaf was crystal clear like jade and was called a jade Lingji mushroom. After that, 1 leaf would grow every 1,000 years until it reached 9 leaves. Although the Lingji mushroom in front of him was not as scary as the jade Lingji mushroom, its 6 complete leaves told its age. It was more than 600 years old, close to 700 years old. A nearly 700-year-old Lingji mushroom. Zi-Chin, who was hiding, was ecstatic. His strength had reached the peak of level 7 and was only 1 step away from level 8. This step would take a long time if he used ordinary spirit medicine. However, the 700-year-old Lingji mushroom in front of him could allow Zi-Chin to break through to level 8 and even reach the middle of level 8. "I must get this Ganoderma lucidum. And that weapon, it's definitely something good." Zi-Chen's eyes lit up. He was thinking about how to get the Lingji mushroom and the black sword in front of everyone. There were a total of 8 martial ancestors' disciples around him, and they were guarding in 8 different directions. No matter which direction Zi-Chen attacked from, he would attract the attention of the others. Although he could charge straight through, he would definitely attract attention. There seemed to be no way to resolve the situation in front of them. They could only attack directly. The cries of the fierce red tiger became softer and softer. Clearly, it was already on the brink of death. Just as Zi-Chin was at his wit's end, he suddenly heard Ling Fei shout, "All of you, get out of the way so that the blood doesn't splash all over your faces. When the time comes, tell my big brother that this fierce red tiger was killed by me, Ling Fei, alone. This damned place, and we've already encountered a 7 Yiling mushroom on the first day. I really don't know what else we'll encounter, haha." The 8 of them nodded in agreement and retreated. Of course, it wasn't because they were afraid of spilling blood, but because they wanted to let the disciples in the distance see young Master Ling Fei's powerful strength. With such a big commotion and him deliberately showing off, naturally there would be people who noticed this place. However, they were either watching from afar or were blocked by others. The 8 of them retreated and swept past Zi-Chen's hiding place. However, they didn't discover Zi-Chen, who was hiding in the tree. "Haha, little thing, go and die." Ling Fei laughed wildly. The black sword in his hand flashed with a sharp sword light. Ling Fei used all of his strength and struck out. Pooh! The black sword pierced through the fierce crimson tiger's neck at a tricky angle. After that, as Ling Fei exerted his strength, the ferocious tiger head rolled down with a rolling sound. Fresh blood violently spurted out and landed on Ling Fei's body, but the latter was laughing loudly. "Young Master Ling Fei, well done! Young Master Ling Fei, well done!" The fierce red tiger was already dead, and the 7 Yiling mushroom could be said to be easily obtained. The crowd of disciples cheered. However, at this moment, Zi-Chun flashed down from the tree and used the first-rate footwork, ethereal steps. With a tap of his foot, his figure was dozens of meters away. With 2 consecutive steps, Zi-Chen had already silently arrived beside the 7 Yiling mushroom. "Damn it, young master has someone. Young master, be careful of the Lingji." Ling Fei didn't notice Zi-Chen's silent arrival, but the 8 of them in the distance had already seen him. They all started to shout, and at the same time, they quickly chased after Zi-Chen. "Ah, damn guy, you actually dare to steal my Ling Fei's things. You're courting death." Ling Fei's face was covered in blood, and he was laughing happily. However, after seeing Zi-Chen, his face instantly became ferocious. The black sword in his hand trembled and stabbed towards Zi-Chen. "Get lost!" Zi-Chen shouted loudly. His left hand grabbed towards the 7 Yiling mushroom, while his right hand clenched into a fist. Rays of silver light appeared from his fist and struck towards the sword light. Pum! In the midst of the dull sound, Ling Fei suddenly felt a strong force coming towards him. His entire body flew backwards. At the same time, the web between his thumb and forefinger was in severe pain, and the black sword in his hand even slipped out of his hand. He, who had already used up all of his true qi, was naturally no match for Zi-Chen. After exchanging blows, Zi-Chen had already grabbed the 7 Yiling mushroom. At the same time, the disciples of the battle martial ancestor from 8 directions had already chased over. If he were to escape now, Zi-Chen would have an easy time. However, his gaze landed on the black sword not far away. Just now, Ling Fei's light sword pierced through his true qi and opened a shallow wound on his fist. The sharp black sword tempted Zi-Chen. Swish! With a tap of his foot, Zi-Chen gave up on this excellent opportunity to escape and flew towards the black sword. "Brat, you dare to steal from young Master Ling Fei? You are courting death." A figure blocked Zi-Chen's path, and a sharp sword light flew towards Zi-Chen's face. "Get lost!" Zi-Chen shouted and punched out. Boom! With one punch, the person blocking his path was directly knocked back. Zi-Chen did not stop and continued to rush forward. Swish! Swish! A sword light and a blade light landed behind Zi-Chen. In an instant, 2 ravines appeared on the ground. At the same time, several attacks landed on Zi-Chen's body. Pum! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Zi-Chen's clothes and cloth were instantly torn apart. Even his skin was covered with shallow wounds. What, light wounds? The other disciples looked at the wounds on Zi-Chen's body in disbelief. It was as if they were looking at a monster. Their full-strength attack only left a shallow wound on the opponent's body. This made them want to vomit blood. "All of you use your full strength and kill him for me. Don't hold back." Ling Fei, who was sent flying, only reacted at this moment and shouted angrily. When the other disciples heard this, they smiled bitterly. They had used their full strength just now, but this guy was a little strange. His physique was even stronger than the level 8 fierce red tiger. After a few continuous attacks, Zi-Chun sent another 2 people flying. Finally, he arrived beside the black sword. The black sword emitted a cold light. It was stuck in the roots of the tree, motionless. Zi-Chun extended his right hand and grabbed the black sword. With a sword hum, like a flowing black light, the black sword spun around in Zi-Chen's hand. Kacha! Kacha! 2 consecutive kacha sounds rang out. The 2 swords that surrounded Zi-Chen had been broken at the waist. Good sword. Seeing the power of the sword break the swords, Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. He did not care about the wounds on his body and turned to run in the other direction. This was because 7 or 8 people were chasing from afar. Among them was the person who was knocked out by Zichen previously. "Little thief, you provoked me. Today is the day you die. Don't even think about leaving the spiritual herbal garden." Ling Fei shouted from behind. But in front, Zichen suddenly waved the black sword in his hand and broke another 2 swords. Then, under the respectful gazes of the 2 disciples, he quickly flew into the distance. In the blink of an eye, Zichen disappeared into the forest. "Chase! Catch him even if you have to go to heaven or hell. I want him dead." After Zichen disappeared, Ling Fei's angry roar was heard. In the blink of an eye, close to 20 strong people disappeared from the forest. "Damn, who is that guy?" He actually dared to have designs on Ling Fei. He even snatched the spiritual herbal garden and Ling Fei's first-rate weapon in front of him. Isn't this clearly not giving senior brother Ling Yin face? Ling Yin, the #1 person who fought against the martial ancestor, the future sect leader, was now outside the spiritual herbal garden. It's over. This kid is finished. He is going to die for a moment of pleasure. Even the Nimbus martial ancestor, Chun Feng, will not be able to protect him. As the crowd left, some people who were watching the show also came out and discussed. Although they had already determined that the kid was definitely going to die, they had to admit that Zichen's appearance before was very cool. The attacks of the 7th floor disciples landed on his body were like tickles, and he himself sent 1 person flying with a punch. In the end, with a slash of his sword, everyone's weapons were all broken. The power of a first-rate weapon was deeply imprinted in the minds of the crowd. Zichen was frantically escaping. Behind him, Ling Fei and the rest were desperately chasing. In today's matter, Ling Fei's losses were small. The key was that he had lost face. In the sect, because of his relationship with Ling Yin, he could do whatever he wanted. Everything was the best. That was why he had developed a proud and arrogant character. Today, in order to show his strength, he was even more obstinate. But he did not expect that a strange kid would take advantage of this. Furthermore, this person was at true energy level 7. This made Ling Fei unable to swallow this anger. He swallowed 1 qi recovery pill after another, as if he was eating beans. While chasing after the enemy, his true qi slowly recovered. At the same time, because of his shouting, there were even more people supporting him. The team of 20 people before had now expanded to 30 people, and among them were several existences in the 8th level of true qi. If Zichen had not used Misty Steps, he would have been caught long ago. "Whoever helps me catch this kid, when I, Ling Fei, return to the sect, I will give him a first-rate battle skill for free." Seeing the gap between the 2 sides getting bigger and bigger, Ling Fei roared angrily. His voice reverberated for miles. "Junior brother Ling Fei, leave this matter to me, Qin Qi." A cold voice suddenly came from the forest. Immediately after, a youth in black walked out from the forest. Chapter 42. Qin Qi was a level 9 Jin Qi warrior in the battle martial ancestor. He had a first-class battle skill and had comprehended the true meaning of a first-class movement skill. His position in the battle martial ancestor was very high. "Good. Qin Qi, help me catch him. My brother will teach you the battle skill when we get back." Ling Fei was overjoyed. With Qin Qi's help, this matter was very likely to succeed. "No problem. It's just a level 7 guy. It's a piece of cake." Qin Qi nodded. His figure flickered and disappeared into the forest. Qin Qi was very fast. Not long after his figure disappeared into the forest, the sound of fighting could be heard. "Come on, I've caught him." Qin Qi's laughter was heard. "Let's go. This damn thing, I'm going to cut him into pieces." Ling Fei's eyes flashed coldly as he chased after Qin Qi with the others. In the forest, Zichen suffered a small loss. After comprehending the true meaning of a first-class movement skill, Qin Chi's speed was much faster than his. The opponent suddenly appeared and launched a sneak attack. Zichen threw a punch and was directly knocked back. The blood and qi in his body churned, but Zichen forcibly suppressed it and did not vomit blood. The wounds on his body also slowly healed while he was running away. As his body became stronger, Zichen's recovery ability also became stronger. Kid, you have nowhere to run today. Offending Ling Fei is equivalent to offending the king of hell. Even your senior, brother Chen Feng, can't protect you. Qin Chi said coldly, "How despicable. You, a level 9 Gen Qi warrior, actually dared to launch a sneak attack from behind." Zichen's eyes were filled with disdain. The aura around him surged, and a surge of battle intent rose. Only a level 9 Jin Qi warrior, he was not completely powerless. Stabbing the black sword into the ground, Zichen coldly stared at Qin Chi. "Little thing, you're only a level 7 Jin Qi warrior. Don't tell me you still want to fight? Then I'll accompany you." Qin Chi laughed and rushed towards Zichen. Numerous palm prints appeared. Qin Chi had already used a first-class battle skill. Roar. The roar of a ferocious tiger resounded. Zichen unleashed his fusion battle skill and transformed into the king of the forest. His posture was vigorous and elegant. "It's useless. Even the fierce crimson tiger isn't a match for me, let alone your puny tiger fist." Qin Chi laughed sinisterly. The palm print flipped again, pressing down on Zichen. Clashing sounds kept coming out from the forest. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows before finally separating with a loud bang. What kind of combat skill is that? Chen Chi, who had been disdainful before, had a solemn expression on his face. There was a difference of 2 levels of true Qi and 2 levels of battle skill between them. Yet he was unable to gain the upper hand. Furthermore, his opponent's ferocious tiger fist did not look like the ferocious tiger fist at all. To think that you're only at true energy stage 9. So you're actually a coward. You've comprehended the true meaning of your footwork, but you haven't even started learning combat skills. It seems that you're always thinking about how to escape. Zichen laughed disdainfully. The current him didn't put Qin Chi in his eyes at all. Once he used Thunderbolt Finger, Zichen had full confidence in defeating his opponent. You're courting death. Being humiliated by a stage 7 true Qi brat, Qin Chi was furious. His aura surged once again as he used Firmament Palm. Because of his anger, the Firmament Palm that he hadn't been able to start learning for a long time actually showed signs of starting learning. "Brat, I've already started learning Firmament Palm. Prepare to die." The angry Qin Chi suddenly laughed. Learning Firmament Palm was an unexpected surprise. "Idiot," Zichen coldly replied. Suddenly, a tyrannical aura emerged from his body. In an instant, Zichen seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. After more than a month of intensive training, coupled with the demonstration of the Lightning Youth, Zichen's understanding of Thunderbolt Finger deepened once again. He pointed out a finger. His finger was already shining with a silver light. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning raged towards Qin Chi like an angry dragon. A finger turned into a bolt of lightning. No, this is Nimbus Martial Ancestors' strongest combat skill. Qin Chi's angry eyes suddenly had a touch of fear. He naturally knew that the Nimbus Martial Ancestors' strongest combat skill was the most powerful of all first-class combat skills. He hurriedly retracted his palm print and instantly changed from attack to defense. Palm prints spread out in front of him. Boom! The bolt of lightning fell with a loud explosion. The palm prints instantly collapsed under the force of the lightning. Immediately after, Qin Chi's body was like a fallen leaf being swept up by a strong wind, drifting backwards. A line of blood streaked across the air. Qin Chi had already coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. With one blow, Qin Shi was injured. Zichen had won. Go to hell. However, before Zichen could rejoice, he felt a dangerous aura approaching him. The hair on his body instantly stood on end. His whole body subconsciously dodged to the side. Puff! A bolt of sword light swept across Zichen's back. In an instant, a long gash appeared on the back of his shoulder. Blood dyed Zichen's green robe red. Kid, what a fast reaction speed. What a tough body. Zichen turned around and saw a man holding a long sword. His opponent's body was surging with level 9 Jin Qi. A sudden sneak attack could even injure a level 9 Jin Qi cultivator, but Zichen was only lightly injured. The man looked at Zichen in surprise. The long sword in his hand shone with a cold light. Are all you people who fight the Nimbus martial ancestor so shameless? Sneak attacking a level 9 Jin Qi cultivator? Cold sweat had already formed on Zichen's forehead. This was completely due to fear. In his heart, he was rejoicing that the long saber in his opponent's hand wasn't a first-rate weapon. Otherwise, this attack wouldn't have just left a cut, but would have cut off his entire right arm. It's good that you can kill the enemy. Who cares if he's sneak attacking or not? The man sneered and did not waste any more words. The long sword in his hand shone coldly, and a bolt of sword light once again rushed towards Zichen. Zichen flipped his left hand, and the black sword appeared in his hand. As the pitch-black sword light flashed, the flowing light sword arc clashed with the long sword. Ding, ding, dang, dang sounds of metal clashing rang out continuously. Zichen relied on the fact that he had a first-rate weapon and used the flowing light sword, which he was not very familiar with, to block the man's attacks. However, after a few exchanges, Zichen was showing signs of being defeated. Tai Kai, help me kill him. Qin Shi's weak voice came from the intense battle. It seemed that Zichen's attack had injured him quite badly. Don't worry. Although Thunderbolt Finger is powerful, it also depends on who is using it. Tai Kai's long sword was swung wildly. Blade light flashed and formed a dense net of blades, covering Zichen's head. Tai Kai's attack was extremely sharp and dense. Zichen had no choice but to retreat. Scram, I'm not going to accompany you. After retreating for more than 10 steps, Zichen finally caught his breath. Only now did he have the chance to launch the second Thunderbolt Finger. Lightning flashed between his fingers again. He raised his right hand and pointed a finger, sending a bolt of lightning towards Tai Kai. Mountain-splitting blade. Tai Kai's pupils shrunk slightly. His battle intent suddenly rose. A sharp aura spread out from his body. His long sword let out a sword cry. Blade light flashed and killing intent filled the air. Boundless aura surged from the long sword. It was like a giant blade that could split the sky as it ruthlessly slashed towards the lightning. Boom! When the long saber landed on the lightning, there was a loud explosion. An intense energy fluctuation appeared from where the two collided and surged out in all directions. The ground cracked and fissures spread out. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of Tai Kai's second-rate weapon. Immediately after, a cracking sound rang out as the saber shattered. The fragments shot out in all directions. At the same time, one of the fragments streaked across Tai Kai's face, leaving behind a bloody scar. The powerful impact caused Tai Kai to retreat several steps. The blood and qi in his body churned. After retreating 8 steps, he could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he sat on the ground. The forest was filled with smoke. Fallen leaves swirled in the air, obstructing one's vision. When the energy fluctuations dissipated, Ling Fei and the others finally arrived. However, they only saw Qin Shi lying on the ground and Tai Kai leaning against a tree root. Both of them were injured. There was no trace of Zichen. What's going on? Ling Fei's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what had just happened. It hadn't even been 15 minutes since Chen Qi sent out the signal. In such a short amount of time, both Chen Qi and Tai Kai were injured. Ling Fei, who did you offend? This guy is simply abnormal. He actually comprehended the Nimbus martial ancestors' thunderbolt finger. Tai Kai said weakly. His injuries were clearly not light. As for Chen Qi, he was already very weak. He could only sit cross-legged and heal. Thunderbolt finger. Ling Fei's expression changed. The Zhan martial ancestors' Sky Tyrant Fist, the Nimbus martial ancestors' Thunderbolt Finger, and the Xian martial ancestors' Vajra Palm. These were all famous battle techniques. Among them, the most difficult one to cultivate was the Nimbus martial ancestors' Thunderbolt Finger. It was once called a useless battle technique. I didn't provoke him. He provoked me and stole my things. Ling Fei clenched his teeth. He didn't expect the opponent to be so difficult to deal with. He actually comprehended the Thunderbolt Finger. Right, where is he? Ling Fei suddenly asked. He ran away. Tai Kai said matter-of-factly. He wasn't embarrassed at all. There were many geniuses in the world who could challenge those with higher realms. Just like their Sex Zhang Haotian, he was able to injure the 10th disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor when he was only at level 8 Jin Qi. One had to know that the opponent was at level 10 Jin Qi. Ling Fei, although this guy is only at level 7 Jin Qi, his physique is comparable to a peak level 8 beast. Moreover, his comprehension of battle techniques is also very deep. He can be considered a genius. Moreover, he is not weaker than Zhang Haoyan. At this critical moment, you better not provoke him. Tai Kai warned. Zhang Haoyan must die. As for that Nimbus martial ancestor, he actually dared to provoke me. So what if he is talented? Since we can kill Zhang Haoyan, we can also kill this guy. Killing one is killing. Killing two is also killing. It seems that I have to go find cousin Ling Qin. I think he would be very happy to kill a genius. Ling Fei's eyes flashed with killing intent. After saying that, Ling Fei led the group and left. In less than 2 days after arriving at the spiritual herbal garden, Ziqin started to run again. This time he fought against 2 level 9 Jin Qi experts. Although he obtained an unprecedented victory, his injuries were not light. There were several wounds all over his body. If it wasn't for his strong physique, which allowed his wounds to heal faster, he would have died here today. Facing 2 level 9 Jin Qi experts, the 2 Thunderbolt Fingers consumed all of his Jin Qi. At this moment, Ziqin was only relying on his strong physique. Chapter 43. Ziqin found a hidden hole halfway up the mountain. After carefully covering his footprints, Ziqin hid in the hole. After a fierce battle, his true qi was completely exhausted. Ziqin felt hungry and thirsty. Because the cloth bundle had shattered, he had already lost his rations. At this moment, Ziqin was only left with the 7 Yiling Ganoderma. This is it. It can cure hunger and also help me break through. Ziqin took out the Ganoderma from his bosom. He plucked off the leaves and put them into his mouth. As expected of the 7 Yiling Ganoderma, it melted in his mouth and a sweet taste rushed into his stomach. It was like nectar nourishing his mind. Ziqin sat down cross-legged to refine the Ganoderma. The energy of the 7 Yiling Ganoderma flowed through his meridians. After half a cycle, it was completely absorbed by his heart. After that, it was fed back with pure silver energy. Within this energy, there were occasional flashes of lightning. Under this energy, Ziqin's body once again underwent a transformation. Time passed. In the outside world, Ling Fei was organizing people to search for Ziqin. In the hole, Ziqin was undergoing a transformation of his strength. His constitution was at the pinnacle of grade 8, and he was on his way to grade 9. It was just that the amount of energy required to break through this time was too great. Fortunately, Ziqin had a 7-leaf Lingji. Otherwise, It would have taken a long time for him to break through smoothly. Time passed day by day. Everyone had a good harvest in the spiritual herbal garden. The abundance of spiritual herbal garden was far beyond their imagination. Because they had just entered, everyone had focused on harvesting spiritual herbal garden. Currently, there were not many deaths due to fighting. Su Yan had already reached the peak of the true Qi realm. He was only one step away from the Xiantian realm. However, without the help of the Xiantian pellet, it would be very difficult for him to break through. As the number one disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor, Su Yan seemed to be very impressive. However, no one knew how much he had to pay in order to obtain a Xiantian pellet. The price of a Xiantian pellet was indescribably high. If one was not a core disciple, it would be very difficult to obtain one. However, this trip to the spiritual herbal garden was an opportunity. There were many spirit herbs here, but Su Yan had not picked a single spirit herb since he had been here for several days. Previously, he had seen 100 or 200-year spirit herbs, but they were all ignored by him. At this moment, he was leading the other 4 disciples of the 10 inner disciples through the forest. Big brother, are we really not going to pick spirit herbs? There are a lot of spirit herbs here. If we take them back and exchange them for contribution points, it should be enough to exchange for a Xiantian pellet. This person was the 3rd of the 10 disciples of the inner sect. He was strong, but his brain was not very bright. All he had was brute force. After all this time, he couldn't help but ask, "Our main mission is to kill Ziqin and establish a relationship with Qinfeng. As for a mere elixir, there is no need to rush." Su Yan indifferently said, "It's already been several days, and Ziqin still hasn't appeared. This place is so big. What should we do if we can't find him?" The 3rd disciple continued, "In my opinion, it's better to first pick the spirit herbs." Su Yan smiled, but didn't say anything. The 5th disciple said, "Third brother, you don't know. Big brother means that in the future, we will be Qin Feng's people. Following the future sect leader will naturally bring us many benefits. As for those spirit herbs, aren't there a lot of people picking them for us?" "Oh, so that's how it is." The 3rd disciple finally reacted. "The 3 great sects are all here. With so many people, there is nothing to worry about here. Naturally, the strong have the final say." The 3rd disciple was not stupid. There is no need to rush the matter of the spirit herbs. However, Zichen's matter is a bit troublesome. Su Yan slightly frowned. "Troublesome? Just kill him," the 3rd disciple said. "You don't understand." Su Yan shook his head. "This Zichen has offended Qinfeng, but he has curried favor with Su Mengyao. I know a bit about the Nimbus martial ancestor. This Su Mengyao status is not ordinary. It seems that all the elders are somewhat afraid of her. Even the 1st elder is the same. Isn't Su Mengyao relying on Qinfeng? What background does she have? Isn't it just relying on her beauty?" A disciple asked. Su Yan shook his head. "I'm not too sure about that. It's just some inside information. But no matter how hard I try, I can't find out anything. But with Chun Feng's impatient nature, once he wants something, he will eagerly get it. But when it comes to Su Mengyao, he seems to have maintained his rationality and has always followed the rules. This only proves that senior brother Qinfeng is an upright gentleman." The 3rd disciple said. "Ha!" Su Yan smiled and didn't say anything. But in his heart he thought, if Qinfeng is an upright gentleman, then there are no hypocrites in this world. This Zichen really is lucky. His looks aren't all that great, but he managed to obtain Lin Shui and Su Mingyao's favor. It really is like a toad accidentally biting a swan. The 5th disciple said, "This matter is also a coincidence. For a toad to be able to bite a swan, it seems to have something to do with senior brother Qinfeng." Su Yan mysteriously smiled and didn't say anything else. This matter concerned Qinfeng, the future head of the Nimbus martial ancestor. The others knew what to ask and what not to ask. That's right, big brother. What about the matter of Chun Feng telling us to kill Zhang Haoyan? So everyone deliberately ignored the previous question. This matter concerns the Nimbus martial ancestor. It's best if we don't interfere and let them resolve it themselves. But if we see him, we might as well kill him. After all, the 10th disciple still hasn't recovered from his injuries. Su Yan said, "Yes." The others nodded and walked forward. Their goal was Ziqin. They didn't even care about spirit herbs, so they definitely wouldn't pay attention to an unremarkable hole. At this moment, the person they were looking for, Ziqin, was inside the hole. He had heard every single word of their conversation, but he didn't react. That was because Ziqin had already reached the critical moment of his breakthrough. His body was currently absorbing the silver energy and undergoing a transformation. This was a critical transformation, so it would take a long time. Time passed. During this time, several people walked past the crater, but no one noticed the inconspicuous crater. Until one day, the sound of chaotic footsteps once more rang out nearby. Dozens of Nimbus martial ancestors, disciples, rushed out of the forest. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and their auras surged as they chased after an azure-robed youth. "Zhang Haoyan, today will be the day you die." A familiar voice rang out. Ling Fei walked out of the forest, followed by Tai Kai and Qin Shi. Both of their injuries had already healed. The youth running in front of him was Zhang Haoyan. Previously, he had used the strength of the 8th level to injure the 10th level of the spiritual martial sect's inner sect disciple. But today his face was deathly pale, as if he was heavily injured. Puff! He didn't run far before he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body couldn't help but sway, and he almost fell. "Zhang Haoyan, today you won't be able to escape even if you have wings." Ling Fei sneered. Dozens of people rushed over and surrounded the injured Zhang Haoyan. "Despicable. You people from the Ling family are all the same." Zhang Haoyan's eyes were spitting fire as he stared at Ling Fei. There were 30 people in front of him, but the strongest were Qin Shi and Tai Kai. The rest were all small fries. If these people wanted to injure Zhang Haoyan, at least half of them would die. So Zhang Haoyan didn't care about these small fries. But he didn't expect that Ling Qin, who was at the peak of level 10 true Qi, would actually launch a sneak attack. With one attack, Zhang Haoyan was seriously injured. It seemed that there was something important. After the attack, Ling Qin didn't kill him and left in a hurry. This gave the seriously injured Zhang Haoyan a chance to escape. He ran for a day and a night. Now, Zhang Haoyan's injury finally acted up, and he was helplessly surrounded. "You're the one who's ignorant. It's good that you can kill. Who said that killing must be done openly?" Ling Fei's eyes had a hint of ridicule. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shi and Tai Kai approached Zhang Haoyan. Ling Fei was very cautious, even when facing the seriously injured Zhang Haoyan. "Before you die, do you have any last words?" Ling Fei took a few steps back and asked indifferently, "Yes, I will kill you." Zhang Haoyan's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. His pale face suddenly had a hint of redness. His body suddenly exploded, and a tyrannical aura appeared from his seriously injured body. "Do it!" Qin Shi and Tai Kai looked at each other, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Their 9th layer Jin Qi was displayed, and they rushed toward Zhang Haoyan. At the same time, some of the surrounding 8th layer Zhan Qi cultivators also rushed toward Zhang Haoyan. A battle began in an instant. No one cared about an inconspicuous hole. Pum! Zhang Haoyan's fist flashed with a dazzling light. He used the battle martial ancestor's strongest first-class battle skill, the Sky Tyrant Fist, and knocked Qin Shi back with one punch. Scram! At the same time, Zhang Haoyan threw out another punch. With a loud bang, Tai Kai was also sent flying. Puff! The two accumulated attacks caused Zhang Haoyan's injury to worsen. He spat out blood again, and the injury that he forcefully suppressed worsened again. Zhang Haoqian didn't care. His red eyes stared at Ling Fei, and he used the sky tyrant fist again. With one punch, an expert was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard in the forest. No one present could withstand Zhang Haoqian's crazy punch. Some were sent flying, and some had their bones broken. But at the same time, every time Zhang Haoqian threw out a punch, there would be one or several attacks landing on him. Do it, kill him. He's already at the end of his rope. Seeing Zhang Haoqian coughing out blood again, Ling Fei shouted, and his figure retreated again. The rest of the people surrounded him, and one battle skill after another appeared. Under the siege, Zhang Haoqian was defeated, and in the end he couldn't reach Ling Fei. Soon, Zhang Haoqian's clothes were dyed red with blood. His red eyes were filled with unwillingness. I can't accept this. If there's a next life, I will definitely destroy all of you. Zhang Haoqian was seriously injured, and his black hair danced wildly. He looked up to the sky and roared. Even a genius couldn't resist the siege of everyone. There's no next life. Zhang Haoqian, so what if you're talented? You're always putting on a cold face and acting cool. How many people have you offended? Today is the day you die. Zhang Haoqian was about to die. Only then did Ling Fei muster up his courage and say with a sinister smile, "You don't know what's good for you. Seeing that your talent is not bad, we wanted to rope you in. I didn't expect you to kill my cousin. That's because he deserved to die. He committed all kinds of crimes at such a young age. Of all things to learn, he actually learned to rape and pillage. Then you also deserve to die. You killed my cousin. Today is the day you die." Ling Fei said loudly, "But you won't die in vain. In a few days, there will be a genius called Ziqin who will meet you on the Yellow Springs Road. I hope you can wait a few more days on the Yellow Springs Road so that you won't be lonely. Kill." Ling Fei gave the last order. Boom! However, in the next moment, an explosion suddenly sounded. Then, a green figure appeared from the ground. Like a green lightning bolt, it pointed at Ling Fei. Chapter 44. The sudden change was beyond everyone's expectations. Then, they saw a green light appear in front of Ling Fei. Then, Ling Fei's neck was tightly gripped by a slender hand. "You're not bad. You actually know my name." Looking at Ling Fei, whose neck was tightly gripped, Ziqin jokingly said. Ziqin didn't want to care about other people's matters. He didn't know Zhang Haoqian, so he didn't want to get involved in this mess. However, he didn't expect Ling Fei to mention his name and want him to die. So, Ziqin decided to take action. "You Ziqin." With his neck gripped, fear flashed in his eyes. Ling Fei's face was completely red. It was unknown whether it was due to embarrassment or suffocation. "Let go of young Master Ling Fei." "Ziqin, let go of Ling Fei." Angry shouts sounded from all around. One by one, the experts abandoned Zhang Haoqian and glared at Ziqin. "Do you think I'm an idiot? Let go of him." Ziqin said disdainfully, "If you have the ability, then come forward. I'm afraid that if my hand trembles, I'll hear the sound of a neck breaking." Ziqin's threatening words made everyone stop. If Ling Fei died, they couldn't bear the responsibility. They could only stand in the distance and glare at Ziqin. This was also Ling Fei's fault. He was afraid of Zhang Haoqian's counterattack before he died, so he directly retreated to the back of the crowd. He never expected Ziqin to come out from the side. "You killed young Master Ling Fei, so you will also die here." Tai Kai stepped forward and stared coldly at Ziqin. "Is that so? Then you can try. I guarantee that after Ling Fei dies, I can also slaughter you." Ziqin laughed sinisterly and increased the strength in his hand. Cracking sounds were heard. Ling Fei's face had turned red and his eyes were about to pop out. He was almost strangled to death. Okay, don't move." Tai Kai took 2 steps back and said anxiously, Let young Master Ling Fei catch his breath first. Ziqin slowed down the strength in his hand. Ling Fei began to gasp for breath. There was still fear in his eyes. Just now he really felt the arrival of death. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Ziqin, let go of Ling Fei, or he will die. Suddenly, Qin Shi appeared in front of Zhang Haoqian. He grabbed him by the collar and placed his right hand on Zhang Haoqian's forehead. Who is he? Ziqian was stunned. Qin Shi was stunned and did not know how to answer. Hey, it's you. Zhang Haoqian's face was covered in blood, but his eyes were still as cold as ever. After taking a closer look, Ziqian recognized him as the cold youth from before. All right, since you know him, let's exchange. Qin Shi's eyes lit up. What's your name? Ziqian ignored Qin Shi and asked Zhang Haoqian. Qin Shi was stunned again. He thought to himself, what the hell are you doing? Do you know him or not? Why are you asking for his name? His name is Zhang Haoqian. The cold Zhang Haoqian did not say a word, so Qin Shi answered on his behalf. All right, you should be able to walk. Come with me. Ziqin grabbed Ling Fei's neck and walked away. I don't need you to save me. Zhang Haoqian, never owe anyone a favor. Zhang Haoqian finally spoke. Even though he was extremely weak, his voice was still cold. Didn't you want to kill them? If they die, how can you kill them? Do you really believe in the afterlife? Ziqian did not even turn his head as he indifferently said, Besides, I'm not saving you. I just want to leave on my own. If you can follow me, that's your own good fortune. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Haoqian did not speak, but his expression kept changing. He was obviously a little moved, but before he could take a step, Qin Shi grabbed him. Ziqian did not turn his head, but he used a lot of strength in his hand. The cracking sound was heard again. Ling Fei felt death approaching him again. When Ziqian let go, he panted and shouted at Qin Shi. Qin Shi, let him go. You're King, trying to kill me. Ling Fei had been taken care of all along. He had never felt death. Today he was caught by Ziqian. Although he was angry and ashamed, compared to his life, everything was nothing. So, in order to survive, he did not hesitate to shout at Qin Shi. Being shouted at by Ling Fei, Qin Shi's expression changed instantly, but he still obediently let go of Zhang Haoqian, allowing him to walk towards Ziqian step by step. You better not follow me, or my hand will shake. When I'm safe, I'll naturally let this trash go. Ziqian said indifferently and walked towards the forest. Ziqian, you better promise that what you said is true. Otherwise, you'll die miserably. Tai Kai said coldly, I promise he'll be fine. But if you follow, I can't guarantee it. Ziqian was still indifferent. Until the three disappeared into the forest, Tai Kai and the others did not take a step forward. What should we do? Should we go find Senior Brother Ling Chen? Qin Shi looked at Tai Kai. No need. Senior Brother Ling Chen is doing something important. We can't disturb him. Besides, Ziqian doesn't have the guts to kill Ling Fei. Tai Kai shook his head and said, In the forest, Ziqian had already walked a few miles away. Moreover, he was sure that no one was chasing him. All right, it's time to let me go, Ling Fei said coldly. A few more miles. Ziqian was still indifferent. Zhang Haoqian followed behind him without a word. However, his steps were no longer firm. After walking for less than a mile, Ziqian stopped because he found that Zhang Haoqian's steps had become weak. He's about to die. Ling Fei sneered. Obviously, he had also noticed this. Scram. Ziqian let go of Ling Fei and said indifferently, You'll die in my hands sooner or later. Ling Fei wanted to say something ruthless before leaving. However, he suddenly screamed. His screams even covered the sound of bones breaking. Kacha! However, the second sound of bones breaking was very obvious. Ling Fei fell to the ground. Both of his legs were broken, by the extremely weak Zhang Haoyan. The former was screaming while the latter was still cold. You! Zi Chen looked at Zhang Haoyan. This is the way to deal with this kind of scum, Zhang Haoyan said coldly. However, just as he finished speaking, his vision turned black and he fell down. He could not hold on any longer. Zi Chen supported him and found that he was still breathing. He had just fainted. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. Ignoring Ling Fei's screams, he carried Zhang Haoyan and flew into the forest. His figure flashed a few times and Zi Chen's figure disappeared. After a while, Tai Kai and the others followed the screams and arrived. Ling Fei, how are you? Young Master Ling Fei, what happened to you? Everyone arrived and asked about his well-being. Mother Asterisker, can't you see that my leg is broken? Help me up carefully and go find my cousin. I want him to kill these two guys with his own hands. Ling Fei screamed and cursed as he was helped up by the crowd. That Zhang Haoyan is seriously injured and unconscious. You guys go after him quickly. Even if you can't kill Zichen, killing Zhang Haoyan is still good. Ling Fei screamed and did not forget about the seriously injured Zhang Haoyan. Everyone nodded in agreement. The team of dozens of people split into half. With Chen Qi leading the way, they chased after Zichen. Dozens of miles away, Zichen put down Zhang Haoyan. First, he cleaned his wounds. Then he found a spiritual medicine and crushed a few leaves to apply to the wounds. Then he squeezed the remaining spiritual medicine into spiritual juice and dripped it into Zhang Haoyan's mouth. Whether you can live or not depends on your luck. Zichen was not good at saving people. He could not guarantee whether Zhang Haoyan could live or not. Everything depended on luck. Zhang Haoyan was still unconscious. As time passed, the wounds on his body stopped bleeding. His breathing became even, and his pale face gradually turned red. Very tenacious vitality. Zichen nodded secretly. He was full of praise for this cold and thoughtful young man. At this moment, Zichen heard the sound of flying at high speed. The pursuers had arrived. You are seriously injured now. It's not good for you to walk around. I'll buy you some time, Zichen said indifferently and flew to the back. After a few leaps, Zichen saw the people chasing after him. The one leading them was Chen Qi. After seeing Zichen appear, Chen Qi's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously stopped in his tracks. But he quickly reacted and shouted coldly, Kill! Zhang Haoyan must be in front. I'll hold him back. You guys go around and kill Zhang Haoyan. Shameless boasting. Since you're here, you might as well leave a memento. Zichen snorted and used misty steps. At the same time, the 8th level of Jin Qi in his body began to surge. What? You actually broke through. This time, Chen Qi's eyes were filled with shock. Zichen could seriously injure him when he was at the 7th level of Jin Qi. His original intention was to hold Zichen back. But now, facing Zichen, who was at the 8th level of Jin Qi, he had no other means. Turning around, Chen Qi quickly ran. The only thing he was thankful for was his speed. This time, Zichen did not use Thunderbolt Finger. Instead, he used his fusion battle skill. As for his speed, Zichen, who was at the peak of early 8th stage, used Misty Steps, which he had comprehended true meaning. He was not slower than Chen Qi at all. In just a few steps, he caught up with Chen Qi. The moment he used his fusion battle skill, Chen Qi was sent flying. Immediately after, a black light flashed and a bloody arm suddenly flew up. Chen Qi had lost an arm. At the same time, Zichen turned into a streak of light and rushed towards the pursuers who had gone around him. In the midst of the banging sounds, half of the pursuers had already fallen to the ground and were seriously injured. Zichen, who was at the 8th level of Jin Qi, was even more dangerous than Zhang Haoyan. In just a few breaths of time, the battle was over. Take them and leave. Zichen glanced at the others, who were already scared silly, as he said in an indifferent voice, These people nodded as if they had been pardoned. Then, carrying the injured people, they fled as fast as they could. In less than a quarter of an hour, everyone left one after another. Only a bloody arm lay alone in the forest. 2 days later, Zhang Haotian slowly woke up. During this time, no more pursuers came. They seemed to have been scared stiff by Zichen's powerful battle strength. After waking up, Zhang Haotian saw Zichen sitting on a big rock. Chapter 45. You saved me. Zhang Haotian looked at Zichen. You saved yourself, Zichen said indifferently. Zhang Haotian looked at the wounds on his body and the traces of spiritual medicine. He said in a low voice, "Thank you. I owe you my life." The cold youth was no longer cold. "No need to thank me. My name is Zichen, a disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor. The reason you were able to survive was because your willpower and physique far exceeded that of ordinary people." Zichen smiled indifferently. Zhang Haotian's injuries were very serious, but he was able to wake up in just 2 days. His physique was definitely good. Zhang Haotian, Zhan martial ancestor. Zhang Haotian said, "In short, I owe you my life." "Can you still walk?" "It's been 2 days. The pursuers should be here soon." Zichen didn't want to be entangled in this matter and changed the topic. Zhang Haotian had already stood up and stretched his body. He said, "No problem." A trace of surprise appeared in Zichen's eyes. Zhang Haotian's physique was really not ordinary. He nodded. "Then let's go." Less than an hour after the two of them left, for silhouettes flew towards them at high speed. They had arrived at the place where Zichen had been. "We were a step too late." "They've already left," the leading youth said coldly. After them, "We must complete Senior Apprentice Brother Ling Chen's orders." Another youth said. The others nodded and chased after them. As their true qi surged, the strength of the 4 people was revealed. They were all at the 10th layer of true qi. Zhang Haotian's injuries hadn't healed yet. After walking for a few dozen li, he couldn't take it anymore. "You should go." "I'm afraid I can't take it anymore." Zhang Haotian leaned against a tree and panted heavily. The healed wounds all over his body were showing signs of rupturing again. Blood flowed out from the wounds. "You didn't die from your injuries before. How far are you now?" Zichen smiled and bowed. "Let's go. I'll carry you." Zhang Haotian hesitated for a moment, then said gratefully, "Thank you." "You're welcome. Why did you save me?" "When I see injustice on the road, I draw my sword to help." Zichen smiled. "Of course, there's one more thing. Our fates are very similar. People from my sect are hunting me down, and you're also being hunted down by people from your sect. With the same fate and the same experience, we can be considered close friends." "Confidant." Zhang Haotian was startled. Obviously, this word had affected him greatly. Zichen's stamina was very good. While running with a person on his back, his face wasn't red and he wasn't out of breath. His speed didn't decrease at all as he walked through the forest. However, with Zhang Haotian's heavily injured body, he really couldn't endure the long period of jolting. Not long after, his face turned pale and blood flowed out from his wounds, but he didn't even make a sound. "Are you okay?" Zichen asked. "No problem." Zhang Haotian gritted his teeth. "This guy is really tenacious," Zichen thought to himself as he sped up again. However, considering Zhang Haotian's injuries, Zichen slowed down slightly. 2 hours later, Zichen was completely exhausted. Zhang Haotian on his back couldn't hold on any longer, so they could only stop and rest. "I'll go get some spirit medicine. Your wounds are bleeding again," Zichen said and turned to leave. However, at this time, 4 figures walked out from the forest. These 4 people were all dressed in black. Their expressions were cold, and their eyes were filled with killing intent. Their gazes were fixed on Zichen. These 4 people were complete strangers. Zichen frowned as he looked at them. At the same time, the aura around him began to surge as he became alert. "It's you, Zhenghua." At this time, Zhang Haotian's pupils shrank as he cried out in alarm. "We've been chasing you for several hours. Fortunately, we finally arrived. It seems that we came at the right time. One of us is heavily injured, and the other is exhausted." The leading youth was Zhang Hua, an inner disciple of the martial ancestor. After seeing the two people, he couldn't help but sneer, as if the two of them were already turtles in a jar. "It seems that this is the will of the heavens. The heavens want them to die," another thin youth said coldly. The four people were closing in. "While there's still time, you should leave. I'm sorry I dragged you into this." Zhang Haotian blamed himself. "What are you saying? They're not only coming for you, they're also coming to kill me." Zi Chen stepped forward and supported Zhang Haotian, letting him lean against a tree. "I don't have the strength to fight anymore. The four of them are all at the 10th layer of true qi. You're not their match, so why throw away your life?" Zhang Haotian said angrily. "This isn't throwing away my life." Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Even if I do, I'll take a few people with me." "You!" Zhang Haotian wanted to say something, but he found that his throat was choked. He couldn't say anything. An indescribable emotion appeared from the bottom of his heart, and his cold eyes seemed to be moist. At this moment, looking at Zi Chen's not-so-tall back, Zhang Haotian seemed to understand the meaning of brothers. Shameless boasting. Today is the day you die. Zhang Hua slowly closed in, and his true qi at the 10th layer was already surging. "Zichen, you should leave. I, Zhang Haotian, recognize you as my brother, but I don't want to drag you into this." Zhang Haotian choked with sobs. Zi Chen's back had moved him too much. "Hee, now I can't leave even if I want to, so you better pray that I can win. Otherwise, we're really going to die today." Zi Chen smiled faintly. His eyes were calm, and the black sword in his hand emitted an oppressive cold light. "This is Ling Fei's sword, right? Good boy, you have some courage, but you still have to die." As his voice fell, Zhang Hua's figure flashed, and he flew toward Zi Chen. A cold light flashed in front of Zi Chen's eyes. Flowing light, sword technique. Black light flickered, and the black sword was like a flowing light blocking the cold light, making a clanging sound. The two weapons clashed, and other than the sound of metal clashing, there were also sparks. Under the attack, Zichen took a step back. The two attacks exploded in front of him, and the surging energy rushed towards Zichen. Zichen didn't move, and let the energy rush towards him. He resisted the energy because Zhang Haotian was behind him. "Good boy, you're still fine. Looks like I underestimated you." Zhang Hua sneered. Zi Chen's strong body blocked all the energy waves. "Humph, I've never thought highly of you. If we fought one-on-one, I would definitely be able to take your head within 3 moves." Zi Chen sneered. "Is that so?" Zhang Hua's eyes had a trace of ridicule, and he said, "But unfortunately, you'll never have the chance to fight one-on-one with me." Another round of attacks appeared. 4 10th layer true qi existences launched fierce attacks towards Zichen. Flowing light sword, fusion battle technique, thunderbolt finger. Zichen didn't want to be outdone. In an instant, he used his strongest move. The sword flashed, the tiger roared, and the thunder wreaked havoc. Sounds of explosions rang out in the forest. Pooh! After a round of attacks, Zi Chen vomited blood and took a step back. His strength was completely exhausted. His forehead was full of sweat, and his clothes were soaked. On the other hand, the 4 opponents were calm and composed. They didn't use much strength, but there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Zi Chen's strength was far beyond their imagination. Even if he had been running all the way, he still blocked 2 waves of attacks. At the same time, they were glad that they didn't meet the 2 at their peak. "Huff, huff!" Zichen began to gasp for breath. His breathing was like the sound of a bellows, very rough and heavy. At the same time, Zichen's heart began to beat violently because of the large consumption. Boy, let's see how long you can last. How many times can you block our attacks? Zhang Hua said coldly. Attack again. The four of them attacked again. But in an instant, Zichen's breathing grew weak. A tyrannical aura appeared from his body. After reaching the limit of his consumption, his heart was once again replenished. No. Under Zhang Haotian's moist eyes, Zichen used defense as offense and charged at the four. Bang! 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 Silent collisions rang out one after another. Thunderous explosions rang out incessantly, and the humming of swords and sabers resounded throughout the forest. Blood sprayed everywhere. Angry roars rang out one after another. Zichen fought fiercely against the 4 10th-layer true Qi existences. Pooh! Saber light flashed, opening a wound on Zichen's body. At the same time, the black sword in Zichen's hand flashed, piercing his opponent's shoulder armor. Boom! A fist struck Zichen's chest, but in return, a thunderous boom rang out from his opponent's chest. Relying on the body of a 9th-level wild beast, Zichen only attacked and did not defend. He was trading life for life, trading injury for injury. If he took a saber strike, he would return a sword strike. Such a desperate fighting style was even more ruthless than the daredevil third brother. In the blink of an eye, the 4 10th-layer true Qi existences were cowering in fear and were at a disadvantage. No. Zhang Haotian was extremely vexed. Zichen was a genius, a true genius. If he really died here, Zhang Haotian would regret it for several lifetimes. But even though he wanted to help, he didn't have the strength. He didn't even have the strength to rise to his feet. He could only watch as Zichen's body was covered with wounds and blood. Tears flowed down his cheeks. Zhang Haotian, who had always been cold and emotionless, was actually crying. Pum! After a loud explosion, the battle once again broke apart. Zichen retreated several steps, blocking Zhang Haotian's path with his battered body. His face was covered in blood, and his clothes were in tatters. He was in a very sorry state, but his eyes were still bright and calm. But when he looked at the other four, he saw that their faces were gloomy, and their eyes were filled with shock. Good boy, I underestimated you. Zhang Hua fiercely wiped away the blood on his face, only to see that there was a sword wound on his face. After he had stabbed Zichen in the heart, Zichen had counterattacked, almost cutting off half of Zhang Hua's face. Kill him. If this kid doesn't die today, we'll be the ones to die when we meet him in the future. Even if we're seriously injured, we have to kill him. Another youth, whose shoulder armor had been pierced, coldly said, Come. Zichen, black sword in hand, once again charged into the crowd. Sword light flickered once again. Zichen began to fight as if his life depended on it. However, no one noticed that after a few breaths of time, the wounds on Zichen's body actually stopped bleeding. Furthermore, the wounds showed signs of healing. Only a life and death battle could temper oneself. Flowing light sword, misty steps, thunderbolt finger. Zichen was on the verge of death. Everything he relied on was his unique heart. The endless supply of energy allowed Zichen to reach his limit from one limit to another. At the same time, his comprehension of these 3 first-rate battle skills was improving at an unprecedented speed under the threat of death. Boom! Both sides retreated once again. This was already the 5th time Zichen had attacked. He himself had also reached his limit twice. The wounds on his body were too many to count. His flesh could be seen from the wounds, but there was no blood. When the human body reached its limit, the heart could provide energy. But when one's life reached its limit, it was time to die. Zichen already felt that his life was about to reach its limit. Kill! but he still persevered and charged at the four people. This is a monster. You two go kill Zhang Haoyan. Zhang Hua and the other three were finally defeated by Zichen's powerful attacks. They had also consumed a lot of energy. Zhang Hua charged at Zichen and stabbed Zichen in the chest. But then a black sword flew over, wanting to cut off his head. Helpless, Zhang Hua retreated. At the same time, another person began to fight with Zichen. Two people entangled Zichen, while the other two ran toward Zhang Haoyan. By the time Zichen noticed, it was already too late. The two were already in front of Zhang Haoyan. The blade flashed as Zhang Haoyan tried his best to dodge. He barely dodged the attack, but another punch followed, aiming for his head. At this moment, Zhang Haoyan no longer had the strength to dodge. He could only watch as the fist came. In the next moment, he seemed to hear the sound of his head shattering. No. Before dying, Zhang Haoyan heard Chen's unwilling voice. "Thank you, brother." Zhang Haoyan's heart had never been so calm, even in the face of death, because today Zhang Haoyan had a brother. Chapter 46. Chen could only watch as the fist flew towards Zhang Haoyan's head. But strangely, not only was Zhang Haoyan not afraid, he was even smiling, as if he had already seen through life and death. Pum! Just as the fist was about to land, a green light suddenly appeared from above, blocking Zhang Haoyan's path with extreme speed. It collided with the fist, causing a dull sound to ring out. The skinny disciple who threw the punch retreated 7 or 8 steps under the attack of the green light before stabilizing himself. At the same time, a green-robed figure descended from above. This person was not very old, his appearance was unremarkable, and his eyes were very small. If placed in a crowd, no one would give him a second glance. He was very ordinary, very ordinary. But at this moment, no one dared to look down on this ordinary person, because it was him who had blocked the attack of a 10th level true Qi master and forced him to retreat. With a faint smile on his ordinary face, the young man said to the dumbfounded Zichen, "I'm not late, am I?" "You." Zichen could not describe his feelings. Was it excitement, joy, or surprise? But all his feelings were condensed into one sentence. "You came at the right time. That's good. What do we do with these small fries?" The young man was still smiling as he looked at the 4 people, his eyes filled with disdain. "Since they're small fries, of course they'll be killed," Zichen said coldly. "Good." A cold light flashed in the young man's small eyes. His body flashed, and he was already several meters away. He lifted his leg and kicked towards one of the strong cultivators. Pum! With a dull sound, the person was sent flying. So strong! The other 3 people looked at each other and saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. To send a 10th level true Qi master flying with 1 kick, this strength was enough to kill them. Go, retreat. Zhang Hua made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and retreated with the other 3 people. "You want to leave? Do you think you can leave without leaving an arm behind?" Zichen's voice, filled with killing intent, rang out again. "Kill!" Zichen's standard command to charge forward was heard. Before, every time Zichen said the word kill, he would rush towards the 4 people and injure them. "Let's go!" This time, Zhang Hua no longer hesitated. He raised his qi and flew into the distance. The 3 people behind him did not even look back as they fled. Zichen had just taken 2 steps forward when his vision turned black. His entire body fell to the ground. He had reached the limit of his life. The young man dodged and caught Zichen first. "Are you okay?" Zichen had already fainted and could not speak. "Sai, of all the things you could have done, you just had to risk your life." The young man shook his head and placed Zichen's black sword on his back. Then he grabbed Zichen with one hand and leaped in front of Zhang Haoyan. Then he grabbed Zhang Haoyan with the other hand. His figure flickered a few times before disappearing into the forest at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Hua and the others ran for more than 10 miles before they finally stopped to catch their breath. Damn it, did we run into a monster? A 10th layer expert could not help but curse. At his level, he had experienced at least 100 battles. But today he only attacked and did not defend. This was the first time he had encountered a battle where one was willing to exchange a life for a life. And what was even more strange was that his side had 4 lives, but they could not exchange a single life for the other side's. It was as if the other side had an immortal body. His body was riddled with scars, but he could not fall. Every time he was exhausted, he only needed to take a few breaths to become lively again. Not good. We seem to have been tricked. Zhang Hua suddenly exclaimed, as if he had thought of something. What trick? Everyone was stunned. That kid who came later is only at the 7th layer of true qi. Zhang Hua said. His appearance was too shocking. His light footwork was too mysterious, so we all overlooked his strength. Shou-ho, you were kicked twice. Are you injured? Oh, I'm not, Shou-ho exclaimed. Damn it, we were tricked. Let's go back. Shou-ho was the first to stand up. Forget it, we ran so far. The other side should have run away long ago. Sigh, what a pity. I was careless and missed a good opportunity to kill 2 geniuses. Zhang Hua was very vexed, his eyes full of pity. Then what do we do now? First, we recover from our injuries. The 2 of them are seriously injured and won't be able to recover in a short time. After we recover, we'll kill our way back. Zhang Hua said. Okay, we must kill that last kid too. The others nodded, and then each of them found a place to sit cross-legged and recover from their injuries. Zhang Haoyan had never admired anyone before, but after meeting Ziqin, he admired him. Not only had Ziqin saved him, but he also admired Ziqin's fighting style. He had exchanged a life for a life, and with 1 life he had exchanged 4 lives for Zhang Hua and the others. Although Ziqin was seriously injured and unconscious, Zhang Haoyan believed that Zhang Hua and the others were not feeling good either. If there were 3 of them instead of 4, they would have died under Ziqin's fighting style. A true energy stage 8 had the strength to kill 3 true energy stage 10 experts. Zhang Haoyan believed that he did not have such means. He used to think that he was ruthless, but after seeing Ziqin's fighting style, he had to admit that Ziqin was much more ruthless than he was. Ziqin was unconscious, and Zhang Haoyan was seriously injured. The young man carried the 2 of them and flew away. Even with 2 people, his speed did not decrease at all. Half an hour later, the unconscious Ziqin woke up. His body was floating in the air, and he could hear the wind whistling in his ears. His heart was beating rhythmically, and every time it beat, a silver energy would surge out and enter his body through his blood. His seriously injured body was slowly recovering. How far have we gone? Ziqin asked. You're awake. The young man landed lightly and looked at Ziqin in disbelief. His eyes and expression were as if he was looking at a monster. Zhang Haoyan, who was next to him, also felt that it was inconceivable. According to his guess, Ziqin should have been unconscious for at least a few days, but after only half an hour he was awake. Although his voice was low, it was powerful. He definitely did not sound weak. Comparisons are odious. Zhang Haoyan closed his eyes. Dozens of miles. The young man said. The young man was Miao Kong, who had rushed over after hearing the sound of thunder. He did not expect to meet Ziqin. Stop, I want to recover. Miao Kong put down Ziqin and Zhang Haoyan. The 2 of them sat cross-legged and began to recover from their injuries. Do you have any elixirs? Miao Kong took out a 100-year-old elixir from his bag and handed it to Ziqin. The latter chewed twice and swallowed it. Rich spiritual energy appeared in his stomach, and the heavenly lightning body tempering art began to circulate. His heart absorbed this spiritual energy, and more silver energy rushed to every part of his body. This time, The wounds on Zi Chen's body began to heal under the naked eye. The wound slowly healed and formed scars. After a while, the scars fell, and the previous wounds had already grown tender white flesh. This, Miao Kong and Zhang Haoyan were dumbfounded. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Even though the two of them had seen many inconceivable things, they had never seen such a situation before. Their seriously injured body was actually healing under the naked eye. That elixir of yours, is it the elixir that can bring the dead back to life? The cold Zhang Haoyan asked a rare question. What do you think? I have more here. Why don't you try it? Miao Kong asked, and then took out the same 100-year-old elixir. Zhang Haoyan took it, chewed it, and swallowed it. After a while, his pale face became rosy. The spiritual energy of the elixir was crazily running around in his body. Zhang Haoyan could only use his cultivation technique to refine this spiritual energy. With the help of the elixir, there was still some effect on the recovery of injuries. However, it was far from being as terrifying as Zichen's performance. 2 hours later, Zhang Haoyan finally suppressed the chaotic spirit energy in his body. His heavily injured body started to take a turn for the better. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw Zichen looking at him with a rosy complexion and a smile in his eyes. Your injuries have healed? Zhang Haoyan asked. Zichen nodded. Zhang Haoyan lowered his head and no longer looked at Zichen. He didn't want to vomit blood. The advantage that he had always thought of was weak in front of Zichen. What are you going to do now? Miao Kong asked. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The 10 inner disciples are looking for you and want to harm you. Now, you have offended the martial ancestors' people. It doesn't matter. Zi-chan waved his hand and said, different situations call for different actions. Since I can't get rid of the trouble, I will think of a way to solve it. What do you mean? Miao Kong looked at Zi-chan. Let's solve the current problem first. These 4 disciples of the martial ancestor shouldn't go back. Zi-chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. If I'm lucky and they are greedy, I might be able to find them. You want to kill them? Miao Kong was shocked. There are 4 of them, and they are all at stage 10 true qi. I can't kill 4 of them, but I can kill them one by one. That was how Wang Xiong died. After saying this, Zi-chen didn't wait for Miao Kong to speak. He turned around and walked into the forest. You! Miao Kong didn't know what to say. As for Zhang Haoyan, he closed his eyes and began to recover from his injuries. I have been stuck at the peak of stage 8 for so long. This time I was seriously injured and swallowed a lot of elixirs. I finally feel the bottleneck loosening. While Zhang Haoyan was recovering from his injuries, he was also trying to break through. If he reached stage 9, then he had full confidence that he could kill the 4 disciples who were chasing after him. He might even have the strength to challenge Ling Qin. Zi-chen's luck was very good. Zhang Hua and the others were greedy enough and wanted to kill Zi-chen. After a few hours, they began to return with injuries. They were determined to kill the seriously injured Zi-chen. The 4 of us will split up and search, but don't go too far. The 4 of them quickly arrived at the place where the previous battle took place. They then followed the blood trail and chased in a direction. At the same time, the 4 of them spread out and began to search in a large area. At this time, Zi-chan was returning from the same path, searching for the traces of the 4 people. After an hour, Zi-chen, who was walking carefully in the forest, heard the sound of cursing. Damn it, I was actually tricked by a stage 7 brat. This damn thing. Chapter 47. The one cursing was the skinny monkey. He was really sullen. Previously, he had been violently beaten up by Zi-chen, for lives had not been exchanged for one of Zi-chen's lives. Later on, he was scared away by a little guy with 7th level true qi. In the battle, the martial ancestor's reputation was destroyed in this spirit herbal garden. Damn it, if I see him again, I will break his legs. How dare he kick me? This damn little thing. Skinny Monkey was cursing along the way. He seemed to be talking nonsense, but he was actually sending a message to the other three. They did not find the target. Zi Chen was hiding in the forest. Through the branches and leaves he could see Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey was cursing while looking around. Obviously, he was looking for Zi Chen and the others. Zi Chen was hiding in a tree. He moved carefully and silently like an agile leopard. Skinny Monkey was also moving forward. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. The two were 10 meters apart, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Zi Chen held his breath and held the black sword in his hand. A sharp cold light was emitted. He was ready to kill with one strike. Skinny Monkey was already under Zi Chen's feet. It was the best time to attack. Walala! The branches and leaves began to shake. Zi Chen turned into a stream of light and suddenly jumped down. The black sword in his hand was shining with a cold light. He pointed it at Skinny Monkey's head. Not good. As a level 10 genuine chi powerhouse, the skinny monkey-like man's reaction was very quick. Just as Lin Yu made a sound, his body moved. With a tap of his foot, his genuine chi surged, and he instantly slid a few meters away. Puff! The black sword stabbed down at Skinny Monkey's arm. If he was a little slower, his whole arm would have been cut off. Seeing that his attack did not hit, Zi Chen's body landed. He tapped his foot and used the flowing light sword art again. It's you, damn you! Skinny Monkey was shocked when he saw Zi Chen. He cursed and raised his hand to attack. Boom! After a single strike, the two of them retreated. The skinny monkey-like man's eyes were filled with shock. You actually recovered? Zi Chen didn't say anything. The sound of this confrontation had been very loud. Zheng Hua and the others would arrive soon. He had to seize this time to exterminate this skinny monkey. Killing intent flashed in Zhang Xian's eyes as he executed the thunderbolt finger. Following the movement of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot towards the skinny monkey. Ah, come quickly! Zhang Hua quickly retreated. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. After a loud shout, he used his ultimate move, Rupturing Fist. A tyrannical aura surged from the skinny monkey's fists as his fists collided with the thunderbolt. Boom! The thunder exploded with a loud bang, and the terrifying power of thunder began to wreak havoc. The Zhen Qi on the skinny monkey's fists had already been scattered by the explosion. At the same time, the two fists had become badly mutilated, revealing the dense white bones. When it was 1 against 4, the 4 of them had worked together to neutralize the lightning finger. The skinny monkey didn't think much of it, but now that he was facing it alone, both of his hands were nearly crippled. Even though his injuries hadn't healed yet, there was no doubt about the strength of the lightning finger. If the two of them were in the same realm, the skinny monkey would have been killed in an instant. Zi Chen, I want you dead. Looking at his own mangled hands, revealing the white bones, the skinny monkey let out a furious roar. His 10th layer Zhen Qi surged once again. This time, his Zhen Qi wrapped around his mangled hands. After exhausting all of his Zhen Qi, the skinny monkey unleashed a powerful attack. The wind whistled in the forest, and the leaves danced wildly. Zi Chen heard the sound of the wind whistling in his ears. The wind was like a wind blade hitting his face, causing him to feel pain. Ethereal steps. At this critical moment, Zi Chen's feet flashed, and the ethereal steps appeared. His whole body was like an illusion, and he dodged to the side, dodging the skinny monkey's desperate attack by a hair's breadth. The fist brushed past the corner of Zi Chen's clothes, and in an instant his clothes were torn apart. Due to the inertia, the skinny monkey brushed past Zi Chen. But at this moment, the skinny monkey's pupils suddenly shrank, and a trace of fear appeared in his crazy eyes. Then he saw a flickering black light. Zi Chen raised his black sword, and the flowing light sword art reappeared. Like a flowing light, it brushed past the skinny monkey's neck. Puff! A light sound was heard, and the black light disappeared. The two figures brushed past each other. Back to back, the two were 3 meters apart. Zi Chen's face was calm, and the red blood flowed down the tip of his sword and dripped to the ground. 3 meters away, the skinny monkey was motionless, and his eyes had lost their luster. His expression was still filled with fear, and there was a thin red line around his neck. Gulp. Suddenly, the skinny monkey's head tilted, and his head rolled to the side. It spun a few times and rolled a few meters away, with blood gushing out. When Zheng Hua and the others arrived, they saw a headless corpse spurting blood. Skinny monkey. 2 roars were heard. Zheng Hua's eyes were spitting fire, and his gaze fell on Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen's face was calm, and his hand was holding the black sword tightly. I want you dead. Staring at Zi Chen, Zheng Hua roared word by word. The skinny monkey's death ignited all his negative emotions. I want you dead too. Zi Chen's eyes were calm, and his grip on the black sword tightened. Kill! 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 3 chilling voices sounded, and then Zheng Hua and the other 2 turned into flowing lights, rushing toward Zi Chen. One after another, they used their ultimate skills, and the first move was a killing move. Kill! Zi Chen's eyes were also filled with killing intent, and he rushed towards the 3 with his black sword. A chaotic battle began again, and the battle of life and death was once again displayed. Boom! Boom! Pum! A strong wind blew in the forest, and the fallen leaves danced in the air. Surging energy surged, and dense killing intent filled the air. A battle to the death had begun. The skinny monkey's death had deeply stimulated the 3. As if they had gone crazy, they launched a fierce attack towards Zi Chen. Every attack was an all-out attack, and every move was a killing move. Zi Chen also went all out, using Thunderbolt Finger, Flowing Light Sword, and Misty Steps. Pum! Zi Chen was pushed back a few steps, but then a sword light flashed, and a deep wound appeared on Zheng Hua's body. A blade light flashed, and a wound appeared on Zi Chen's back. Blood instantly flowed out, but then Zi Chen stabbed his opponent's shoulder with his sword. It was another battle of life and death. Zi Chen's body was covered in scars, and although he looked miserable, they were all superficial wounds. Moreover, under the beating of his heart, these wounds were slowly recovering. On the other hand, Zheng Hua and the others were bleeding from the few wounds on their bodies. After a long time, they were almost unable to hold on. If this continued, the 3 of them would inevitably be exhausted to death by Zi Chen. Give it your all. I don't believe that 3 of our lives can exchange for one of his. Zheng Hua was ruthless, and his eyes were red. Obviously, he was going all out. You know, our lives are very precious. The other 2 were also ruthless, and at this moment, they were also going all out. Even if it's a level 10 vicious beast, we can still exhaust him to death today. I don't believe that he's stronger than a level 10 vicious beast. The fierce battle began again. Zi Chen did not say a word and attacked fiercely. The silver energy in his heart was healing his injuries. The 3 of them were prepared to die, and their attacks were even fiercer. The 3 of them attacked together, and Zi Chen was showing signs of defeat. Previously, he was taking the initiative to attack, but now he was passively defending. Kill! He can't hold on any longer. Zheng Hua shouted again and stabbed his sword. Puff! Because he had to dodge the attacks of the 2, Zi Chen's shoulder was pierced. Under the intense pain, Zi Chen backhanded his sword and chopped at Zheng Hua's head. The latter dodged and quickly retreated. Because the 3 of them were prepared to die, the direction of this confrontation had changed. At this moment, the 3 of them were determined to drag Zi Chen down with them. Zi Chen was already at a disadvantage, and it was very likely that he would be killed by the other party. Pum! But Zheng Hua, who had just retreated, rushed at Zi Chen at an extremely fast speed. Zichen covered his shoulder with one hand and held the black sword with the other. His eyes were cold, but when he saw Zhang Hua flying at him again, Zichen's eyes had a trace of doubt. Who would attack with their hands open, exposing their weakness? Looking at Zhang Hua's appearance, it seemed like he was kicked to this side. With Zhang Hua's weakness exposed, Zichen didn't care if this was a trap or not. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he stabbed out with flowing light. A sharp sword light flashed, and the black sword stabbed toward Zhang Hua's heart. Ding! In his haste, Zhang Hua raised his sword to block. However, a soft sound rang out, and Zhang Hua's sword was knocked away. Immediately after that, the black sword stabbed into Zhang Hua's chest. Puff! The black sword completely pierced through his heart. Zhang Hua! Two more roars rang out from the side. Zichen quickly pulled out his black sword, and with a tap of his foot he retreated. The blood that had spurted out of Zhang Hua's heart fell to Zichen's feet. Ugh! Zhang Hua's eyes were filled with unwillingness as he fell to the ground, dead. He had died without knowing how he had died. At this time, a figure appeared in the direction where Zhang Hua had retreated, followed by a familiar voice. Since you're going all out, you naturally won't miss us. The one who spoke was naturally Miao Kong. Only he could silently appear behind these people. Miao Kong had arrived, and so had Zhang Haoyan. The latter's injuries hadn't completely healed, but it was enough to deal with a seriously injured 10th layer Jin Qi expert. Heaven Tyrant Fist! With a shout, a fierce aura surged out of Zhang Haoyan's body. His fists emitted a dazzling light, and in a flash he struck towards a 10th layer Jin Qi expert. Pow! Facing the strongest first-rate battle skill of the battle martial ancestor, this heavily injured expert was instantly sent flying. At the same time, Zhang Haoyan's figure flashed, and the Sky Tyrant Fist landed one blow after another. Muffled pung 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 sounds continuously resounded in the forest. While Zhang Haoyan was having a great time fighting, Miao Kong was not idle either. With a flash of his feet, his figure disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared in the next moment, he was already in front of another 10th layer powerhouse and kicked his opponents, but I'm not good at killing people. Zichen, I'll leave it to you. With these words, this expert flew towards Zichen, and in front of Zichen, a black light flashed again. Puff! The black sword sank into this expert's body. Everything was so simple and neat. At this point, the 4 10th layer Zhen Qi expert disciples of the martial ancestor were all dead. After killing the enemy, Zichen was gasping for breath. After a fierce battle, he had consumed a lot of energy. Why are you here? Zichen gasped for breath. We were afraid that you would be in danger. Fortunately, we came in time. Miao Kong said indifferently. Zhang Haoyan didn't say anything. He walked towards the dead experts and took their tokens. Then, with a stroke of his hand, one contribution point after another entered his token. In the blink of an eye, Zichen saw the 2-digit contribution points. See if they have any elixirs on them. Zichen also suggested. He was injured and also needed elixirs. I'm not good at killing people, but I'm good at this kind of thing. Miao Kong smiled and went to collect the items. Chapter 48. The spiritual herbal garden had been open for more than 2 months. During this time, the number of disciples from the 3 sects that had died was in the double digits. However, most of them were in the 7th or 8th stage of the true energy realm. None of the 9th stage of the true energy realm had died. As for the 10th stage of the true energy realm, those who had reached the peak of the true energy realm were more of a deterrent. They were invincible in the spiritual herbal garden. The corpses of Zhang Hua, Shou Ho, and the others were discovered in the dense forest, which immediately caused a huge commotion. The battle martial sect had lost 4 true energy stage 10 experts in one go, which was a big deal in the spiritual herbal garden. Everyone was guessing which expert had killed them. However, those who knew the inside story felt it was inconceivable. Ling Fei naturally knew what the four of them had done, but he never thought that they would die. Ling Qin also knew, but she didn't have time to avenge them. Humph. I'll let you have fun for a while. When the time comes, all of you will die. Ling Qin stood outside a huge valley. After hearing the news of Zhang Hua's death, her eyes were filled with killing intent. Senior brother, aren't we going too far? What if the other two sects' disciples all die? Xie Qiu stood beside Ling Qin. He was also in the 10th stage of the battle martial ancestor and was ranked second in strength. This trip to the spiritual herbal garden is not only related to a bet, it is also a chance for our martial battle sect to establish our might. It would be great if we could wipe out everyone from the two sects, but not everyone would take the bait. Furthermore, our martial battle sect has been planning this for decades. Even if there is a problem, we will not find you or me. Ling Qin calmly said, Senior brother is right. Xie Qiu nodded and asked, Senior brother, what should we do about Zhang Haotian and Ziqin? Chun Feng also wants to deal with them. Are we going to let them live arrogantly for a few more months? This matter. Ling Qin hesitated. Ling Fei's leg had not recovered yet, and Zhang Hua was dead. This revenge must be taken. After a moment of silence, Ling Qin said, Send people to find Ziqin and Zhang Haotian. After finding them, find a way to inform Su Yan. I think he will be happy to take care of this matter. Good plan, senior brother. Their sex matters will be settled by themselves. I'll make the arrangements now. Xie Qiu said with a smile. Tell the disciples to be careful. We can't let anything go wrong here. Senior brother, don't worry. Xie Qiu turned and left. In the dense forest, Luo Mu was carefully advancing. He had been here for 2 months, and his luck was very good. He had obtained quite a few spirit medicines. During this period of time, because they encountered an 8th grade ferocious beast, they joined forces with a few of their fellow disciples to kill it. After obtaining the spirit herbs, they decided to travel together. This way, they would be able to keep each other company. Luo Mu, you said something about Ziqin, is it true? Beside Luo Mu, an inner disciple asked. During this period of time, news of Ziqin in the spirit herbal garden had already spread. Everyone said that Ziqin's strength had increased again, and that he had joined forces with Zhang Haotian, who fought against the martial ancestor, to kill Zheng Hua, who was in the 10th stage of true qi. Hearing these rumors, these people were shocked. It should be known that they had slandered Ziqin at the contribution point exchange counter, and had even borrowed contribution points from Ziqin. How is that possible? Luo Mu curled his lips and said disdainfully, You should know what kind of person Ziqin is. With his skills, he could only kill someone at the level of Wang Xiong at most. 10th stage of true qi? I think he would die miserably if he encountered a 9th stage true qi cultivator. Then what about the rumors? Zheng Hua and the others are really dead, a disciple said. Luo Mu faintly smiled and confidently said, Zheng Hua and the others are dead, but they were not killed by Ziqin. If my guess is correct, this matter is definitely due to Zhang Haotian's contribution. You should know that he had previously injured an existence at the 10th level of the true energy realm. Oh, that makes sense. The others nodded. Looking around, everyone began to chat again as they passed through the dense forest. They talked about some meaningless topics. At first, they talked about geniuses, but in the end, they talked about women. I don't know what kind of dog's hit luck this Ziqin has. Even a toad can bite a swan. Not only is he extremely ugly, he even has an affair with beauties like Lin Shui and Su Mengyao. Yeah, I really don't know what's so good about him. Su Mengyao actually abandoned senior apprentice brother Qin Feng for him. Luo Mu sneered again and said, So what? A toad will always be a toad. After offending senior apprentice brother Qin Feng, Ziqin is destined to die. Didn't the 10 inner disciples say that as long as they found Ziqin's trace and reported it, They would be rewarded with 100-year-old spirit herb. Although this reward was not big, it was definitely not small either, especially those disciples who disliked Zichin. Even if there was no reward, they would be happy to tell the 10 inner disciples Zichen's location. Just as they were chatting happily, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Black clothes, black pants, and a black scarf. Only his eyes were exposed, and his eyes were also black. The black figure suddenly appeared and blocked in front of them. Luo Mu and the others were stunned when they saw the other party's appearance. Hand over the spirit herb and contribution points or die. The black figure said coldly, "Who are you?" Luo Mu stood in front of them and asked the black figure coldly, "Cut the crap. Hand over the spirit herb and contribution points or die." The black figure said coldly again. His voice was still hoarse, which was obviously intentional. "Kid, you are also one of our Nimbus martial ancestor, right? You dare to ambush us here. Don't you want to live?" Someone behind Luo Mu said coldly, "I don't want to talk nonsense. You can choose between life and death." The black figure had obviously lost his patience. The aura around him began to surge, revealing the strength of a level 8 Jin Qi. "Haha, I thought you were very capable. It turns out that you are only at level 8 Jin Qi. With such little strength, you dare to rob the 5 of us? I think you are the one who is courting death." After sensing the black figure's strength, Luo Mu laughed loudly. Following that, the people behind him also laughed loudly. "It seems that you all choose to die. Very well, I will fulfill your wish." A cold light flashed in the black figure's eyes. His body turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Luo Mu and the others. Luo Mu was still laughing heartily when he saw the black figure appear in front of him in a flash. The speed was simply inconceivable. Before he could even panic, Luo Mu saw a huge fist appear in front of him. This was an ordinary fist without any battle skills. However, it still brought about the whistling sound of wind. After that, it ruthlessly greeted Luo Mu's face. With a cracking sound, Luo Mu's nose was broken by the punch. Blood spurted out from his nose. Following that, Luo Mu's body flew backward until he collided with a large tree. With one strike, Luo Mu fell to the ground and began to howl in grief. "You actually launched a sneak attack. You are so shameless." The black figure's clean attack did not shock the people. Instead, it angered them. They thought that the black figure had launched a sneak attack. Therefore, after a shout, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out. Following that, the light of swords and swords slashed toward the black figure's head. Pum! Pum! Facing the attack of the swords and swords, the black figure did not dodge. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly. In a faint white light, 2 punches landed on the swords and swords. After that, the 2 people holding the swords and swords were sent flying by a strong force. 3 of the 5 people were sent flying in an instant. At this moment, the last 2 people's attacks had already landed on the black figure. Go to hell! The 2 people used all their strength to launch what they thought was their strongest attack. After launching their strongest attack, the 2 people had sinister smiles on their faces. This was what their 3 companions had fought for. As long as this attack landed on the black figure's body, not to mention a human, even a level 8 ferocious beast would be injured. Clang! Dang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The 2 people felt that the weapons in their hands were blocked by a strong resistance. After the 2 people's weapons landed on the black figure's body, they only managed to scratch the black figure's clothes. Moreover, they only left 2 faint white marks on the black figure's body. What? The 2 people looked at their masterpiece in disbelief. Their full-strength attack actually did not break the black figure's defense. At this moment, the black figure in front of them once again launched 2 punches. Pum! Pum! After the 2 punches, the 2 people were sent flying. Their figures vomited blood in the air. When they landed on the ground, they had already fainted. It was unknown whether it was because of anger or because of the punch. Go to hell. The two people who had been sent flying picked up their swords and attacked again. However, this time before their attacks landed, the black figure flashed again and was already in front of them. Two more punches were launched. This time, the punches were faster and more ruthless. The wind from the punches passed through the swords and landed on the two people's chests. After a muffled sound, the two people vomited blood and were sent flying. After that, they fainted in less than 3 breaths of time. 4 of the 5 7th-level true energy realm cultivators had been knocked unconscious. Who are you? The only one who had not fainted was Luo Mu. At this moment, he was in an even more miserable state. The bridge of his nose was broken. Blood gushed out of his nose like it was free. His mouth and body were already covered in blood. When he saw the black figure's gaze sweep over, his frightened voice began to tremble. You don't know the difference between life and death. Since we are from the same sect, I will spare your worthless lives. The black figure still snorted coldly. His voice was abnormally hoarse. After that, the black figure walked over to the 4 unconscious people. First, he took away their bags one by one. Then he felt for the medicinal pills in their clothes. Finally, he took their tokens and lightly drew on his own token. In an instant, clear numbers jumped onto his own token. The 4 people were already unconscious and naturally could not see all of this. Only Luo Mu saw clearly, but he felt very distressed. I'll give. However, after seeing the black figure's cold gaze sweep over him, his heart suddenly trembled. He did not care about the blood flowing from his nose. He took off his bag and token and threw out the chi recovery pills, as if he was very afraid of the black figure coming over. At least you are sensible. The black figure took Luo Mu's things and gave a rare cold snort. However, this time his voice was no longer hoarse. Furthermore, he sounded very young. Luo Mu felt that his voice was somewhat familiar. After that, Luo Mu saw the black figure take his token and exchange it with the other person's token. With another stroke, his contribution points disappeared. This time, Luo Mu did not feel any heartache. Instead, a bright light flashed through his eyes. This was because, in that instant, he saw the name on the other side of the token. Zi-Chin. He is Zi-Chin. Luo Mu's heart was beating wildly. He could not help but want to cry out in alarm. However, he forcibly restrained himself. He lowered his head and pretended to be afraid. He did not dare to look at the black figure again. However, in his heart, he was thinking about how to spread this news. Scram. At that moment, Luo Mu heard a voice as if he had been granted amnesty. P.S. Due to the fact that I was in a rush and did not save up the manuscript, I have been quite busy recently. Therefore, I can only promise to update twice a day, which is a total of 6,000 words. In order to give myself some motivation, I'll add more chapters here. On the main website, if you accumulate 1,000 VIPs and 1 chapter, 100 stamps and 1 chapter, 5,000 flowers and 1 chapter, and 1,000 favorites, you can also add 1 chapter and 1 chapter. As for accumulating 1,000 PK votes and 1 chapter, I'll appeal here. If you feel that this book is okay, I hope that you will support it. Even if you only cast a single vote, after accumulating enough chapters, you can also add more chapters. It's not easy to be a newcomer, and it's even harder to write a new book. I hope that everyone can help and support me. I hope that you can do whatever you can to make Thunder Warrior go further and also let me, a new writer, go further. Chapter 49. The Black Shadow's words sounded very cold, but to Luo Mu, it was like the sound of nature. His heart was beating wildly, but he did not show any flaws on his face. After bowing his head in gratitude, he crawled towards the other 4. Luo Mu knew that Zi-Chen was willing to let him go because he was soft-hearted. So, he had a way to deal with soft-hearted people. He deliberately crawled very slowly, as if he was seriously injured. He also wanted to make himself look like a righteous person. Junior brother, wake up, junior brother. Luo Mu shook an unconscious disciple. His voice was hoarse, and his body was covered in blood. It was a horrible sight. The black shadow seemed to be unwilling to see this scene and left directly. Junior brother, junior brother. Luo Mu shouted softly as he looked in the direction the black shadow left. After a while, the black shadow disappeared at the end of his line of sight. Wake up, wake up. Luo Mu increased his strength, and his voice was much lower. His nose was no longer spurting blood. One by one, the disciples were awakened by him. Luo Mu, what happened? Where are our bags? The disciples woke up and found that their bags were gone. Their faces changed instantly. They were taken by the other party. Let's leave here quickly. Luo Mu clearly did not want to say more. He just wanted to leave. The other party, who is the other party? A disciple asked. Idiot, of course it's the person who knocked you out. Luo Mu could not help but scold, but he regretted it as soon as he opened his mouth. He lowered his voice. It's good enough that you're still alive. I begged him not to kill you. Don't you see that even your contribution points are gone? Luo Mu said, Ah, it's true. That damn thing. A disciple exclaimed, Shut up. Luo Mu scolded, You can earn more if you lose your things, but you'll die if you lose your life. Hurry up and follow me to find senior brother Su Yan. Why are we going to find Su Yan? Can he help us? I'm not sure about others, but this time he will definitely help us because I know the Black Shadow's identity. Luo Mu whispered. Who is the Black Shadow? The four looked at Luo Mu. It's Ziqin. Luo Mu whispered. What Ziqin? That damn thing. The four men's eyes were filled with murderous intent. I didn't expect him to become stronger again, but so what? He's still going to die. Let's go and tell senior brother Su Yan that this time Ziqin will die without a burial place. It's not that easy to take our things. Everyone gritted their teeth and quickly left with their heavily injured bodies. The Black Shadow left the forest and walked for a few miles before stopping outside a valley. Pulling off the mask on his head, it was really Ziqin. That day he found this black robe in Zhenghua and the others' bags. It fit him quite well. Although black robes were only worn by core disciples in the sect, there was no such thing in the outside world. This was Ziqin's temporary residence. It was a very secretive place. Previously, he had been recuperating here. During this period of time, Ziqin had been doing this kind of shady business. Compared to working hard to find spirit herbs himself, stealing them was much faster. This was also a shortcut. What's wrong? Looking at your appearance, you should have let Luo Mu go? A voice sounded as Miao Kong walked out of the valley. We're all from the same sect. It's fine to steal their things. Ziqin said. That day in the sect, they wanted to kill you. Miao Kong shook his head and sighed. You're too soft-hearted. Sooner or later, you'll suffer a big loss. Look at Zhang Haoyan. None of the disciples who fell into his hands survived. During this period of time, Miao Kong had been on guard. Whichever sect's disciple came would be the one to steal. If it was Xian martial ancestor, then one of the two could go. However, during this period of time, Ziqin had always let go of many people who had offended him. As for Zhang Haoyan, he was ruthless. Everyone who had offended him had died under his tyrant heaven fist. Ziqin smiled and said, The reason why I let them go is because I don't think they pose a threat to me. I don't necessarily have to kill them. However, if they pose a threat to me, I naturally won't let them go. Ziqin's eyes suddenly turned cold. A dense killing intent appeared. What do you mean? Feeling the dense killing intent from Ziqin, Miao Kong asked doubtfully. Zhang Haoyan also felt the killing intent and walked out. He was also dressed in black. His expression was unusually cold as he said coldly, Who do you want to kill? The 10 disciples of the inner sect. Ziqin said coldly. Previously, when he was hiding in the forest, he heard the conversation of Luo Mu and the others. He knew that the 10 disciples of the inner sect were still looking for him. Thus, inadvertently, Luo Mu, who had not fainted, discovered Zichen's token. Luo Mu thought that he was very smart. However, he did not expect that all of this was Zichen's scheme. Zichen explained the matter and said, "I think they will come. We might as well prepare well and give them a big gift." "That's right. Guard here and settle it once and for all. It's best to settle it once and for all. It'll save us some trouble." The two of them nodded and walked towards the deep valley. Relying on his strength, Su Yan only stayed in one place in the spiritual herbal garden. This place used to be the territory of a level 8 vicious beast. However, after Su Yan killed it and ate it, this place became Su Yan's territory. The 10 disciples of the inner sect stayed here. The 10th disciple's injuries had already recovered. However, he kept talking about Zhang Haotian and was determined to kill him. Losing to Zhang Haotian that day was a disgrace to the 10th disciple. He must get revenge. If he could not win in a one-on-one fight, then he would gang up on him. One day later, Luo Mu and the others hurried over. "Senior brother Su Yan! Senior brother Su Yan!" From afar, a few people started to shout. Luo Mu's body was covered in blood. He looked very miserable and miserable. "Who is it?" The 10th disciple of the inner sect appeared and coldly looked forward. "Senior brother, it's me, Luo Mu. I hope that senior brother can save us and eliminate the scum of the Nimbus martial ancestor." Luo Mu begged. The others also begged. "What's the matter?" The 10th disciple was a little impatient. He did not know who Luo Mu was, and was too lazy to talk to them. "It's Zichen. We saw Zichen. Everything was robbed by him, including our contribution points." Luo Mu cried. "What? Zichen?" Before the 10th disciple of the inner sect could speak, a young man walked out. He had a handsome face and a slender figure, wearing a white robe. He slowly walked out from the woods, and a hint of surprise could be seen on his handsome face. The person was Lin Yu, the 2nd disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor inner sect, only slightly weaker than Su Yan. He was very popular in the Nimbus martial ancestor, and his handsome face was the target of many female cultivators. When he first came here, he was asked by Luo men to kill Zichen. After that, he was ordered by Chen Feng to kill Zichen. During this period of time, he and Su Yan had split up and led different teams. For more than 2 months, they still could not find Zichen. It was indeed Zichen. Luo Mu said, "I saw it with my own eyes." "Tell me the details." Su Yan also walked out from the woods. Seeing his 2 senior brothers appear together, Luo Mu was a little flattered. But it could be seen how important Zichen was to the 2 of them. Even though he was flattered, Luo Mu still explained the entire matter clearly. Of course, Luo Mu would not forget the parts that needed to be exaggerated. After a while, Zichen was described by Luo Mu as a despicable and shameless person who secretly attacked his own sect's disciples. Moreover, he was a traitor who had no manners at all. He also said that if the 10 disciples of the inner sect had the guts, they could come at him. He also said that he did not put the Nimbus martial ancestor in his eyes. He also said that the 10 disciples of the inner sect were not worthy of their reputation, and that they could not even defeat Zhang Haotian, who was at True Qi Stage 8. Luo Mu lowered his head and added fuel to the fire. The 4 people beside him did not say a word, but the angry expression on their faces was a good match for Luo Mu. "This guy is so arrogant." Lin Yu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I'm going to kill him." The 10th disciple of the inner sect was already furious. Su Yan's expression was extremely gloomy. Whether Luo Mu was telling the truth or not, Zichen was definitely going to die. "Where is he?" Su Yan asked coldly. "In a dense forest a few dozen miles away. I think he hasn't left yet," Luo Mu said. "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and lead the way. The 10th disciple of the inner sect shouted. Then Su Yan called the others. The 10 disciples of the inner sect quickly gathered. Seeing the 10 people in front of him, Luo Mu felt a little dizzy and could not help but ask, "Are all the senior brothers going?" It was no wonder that Luo Mu was shocked. He had already accurately described Zi Chen's strength, which was only at true Qi stage 8. In his opinion, any 1 or 2 of the 10 disciples of the inner sect would be enough, but he never expected that all 10 of them would go. "Cut the crap. Let's go," the 10th disciple of the inner sect said coldly. Luo Mu and the others did not know the truth, but the 10 disciples of the inner sect had heard from the martial ancestor that Zi Chen was with Zhang Haotian. Moreover, Zi Chen had mastered the Thunderbolt finger, so his combat strength was even stronger than Zhang Haotian's. Therefore, the 10 of them did not dare to be careless. After all, Zheng Hua and the others who fought the martial ancestor had died at the hands of Zi Chen and Zhang Haotian. Luo Mu nodded bitterly and led the way with the other junior brothers. The 10 disciples of the inner sect followed behind. "Big brother, is this Zi Chen really that strong?" someone asked. Since he dared to offend Qin Feng, he naturally has some tricks up his sleeve. Before I thought he was a brainless person, but now it seems that he was prepared. The Thunderbolt finger, the most difficult battle skill to master in the martial ancestor, was mastered by him. Su Yan sighed. "What does the Thunderbolt finger look like? We haven't seen it before." "I haven't seen it either, but I heard that it can shoot out a thunderbolt." "Thunderbolt? Are you kidding me? The power of the thunderbolt is the power of the heavens. How can ordinary cultivators like us use it?" A disciple sneered. "Haha, what's the use of talking about it here? Once we get there, we'll naturally see it." Su Yan smiled. He did not believe in the power of the thunderbolt in the legends. Luo Mu was injured when he came back, but with Su Yan and the others around, his speed was much faster. After half a day, they arrived at their destination. "It's here." Zi Chen left from this direction. Luo Mu pointed in the direction where Zi Chen disappeared. "Let's go," Su Yan said coldly. Chapter 50. The valley was very deep, surrounded by luxuriant foliage. As the wind blew, the vegetation swayed. Only the sound of the wind could be heard in the silent valley. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if every tree and bush was an enemy. It was as if the valley was a giant mouth of the netherworld, waiting for them to enter. This place is a little strange. There are no beast roars. It's very quiet. It's very unusual. They all felt a different aura and stood outside the valley hesitating. "There's someone there." Luo Mu pointed to the front of the valley and exclaimed. A figure flashed from the valley. "It's him." A glint flashed across Su Yan's eyes. That day, Miao Kong's light body technique had made their eyes light up. He was with Zi Chen that day. Zi Chen must be inside. Let's go quickly. They'll run away if we're late. The third brother of the inner sect was an impatient person. He was brave, but not smart. After seeing Miao Kong, he immediately chased into the valley. "Third brother," Su Yan shouted. "Big brother, let's catch up." As soon as the third brother left, the humiliated 10th brother also followed closely. Let's go." Su Yan sighed helplessly. He gave up the idea of continuing to observe and rushed into the valley. In the blink of an eye, 10 figures flashed and disappeared at the edge of the valley. What should we do? The 10 left, leaving Luo Mu and the other 4. "We haven't gotten the reward yet. Let's go in quickly. If we kill Zi Chen, we can get closer to senior brother Su Yan." Luo Mu's eyes flashed. After calculating for a while, he went in first. In his opinion, this time Zi Chen would definitely die. Therefore, he just went in to get some popularity and get familiar with Su Yan and the others. The other 4 followed closely behind. Rumble. As soon as they entered the valley, they heard a rumbling sound. It was like thunder exploding in their ears. Is it the thunderbolt finger? Everyone was stunned. No, look above. Following the exclamation, everyone saw a few large rocks rolling down from the top of the mountain. Each rock was a few meters in size and weighed a few 100 pounds. As they fell from the top of the valley, the rumbling sound continued. Some of the small rocks that were in the way exploded when they came into contact with the big rocks. The big rocks rolled down, bringing up endless dust. Not good. Dodge. The stones fell rapidly and the impact was unimaginable. Even if someone with level 10 true chi was hit, they would still die without a doubt. Boom! Boom! Rumbling sounds could be heard one after another. Large rocks fell from the top of the valley with a ferocious momentum. Above the valley, Chen looked down at the ant-like black dots and grinned evilly. He exerted more force in his hand and another big rock rolled down. This was what they had been preparing for the past 2 days, and it was also a meeting gift for Su Yan and the others. They had moved dozens of large rocks, close to 100, to the top of the mountain, covering the entire valley. Quite a lot of people have come. Chen sneered. He struck out with a powerful force until all the stones fell to the ground. At the same time, in the other 2 directions, Miao Kong and Zhang Haotian also pushed down all the rocks. The 3 of them looked at each other and then looked down, waiting for the greeting gifts to work. Boom! Boom! Large rocks tumbled down ferociously, as if they were exploding with claps of thunder. Su Yan and the others tapped their feet, and their figures quickly flew away. Their level 10 true chi suddenly surged, and one battle skill after another was launched. Their figures moved in the air for a short time to avoid the rocks. If they really couldn't avoid them, they would hit the rocks and use the rebound force to retreat. Get lost. The 10th inner disciple was humiliated before, so he ran the fastest and encountered the most rocks. Just as he dodged a large rock, another large rock fell from the top of his head. The wind was like the cry of a ghost, and it made the 10th inner disciple's hair stand on end. Abdomen's true chi converged on her hands, and she made a move to raise the sky. Mountain lifting strength. The 10th inner disciple raised his hands like an ancient giant, trying to lift the falling rock. Kacha! The big rock suddenly fell with a surging momentum and directly smashed on the 10th inner disciple's head. The 10th inner disciple's raised hands were instantly pulled down, and his body fell to the ground. At the same time, the big rock fell on his head. Pum! Like a watermelon exploding. Blood splattered everywhere, and the 10th inner disciple was dead. Hundreds of pounds of rocks fell from the top of the mountain, and the momentum was simply indescribable. The 10th inner disciple was the weakest, so it was normal that he couldn't withstand it. 10th. A few roars sounded. The 10th inner disciple was dead. Su Yan and the others were in so much pain that they wanted to die. However, they couldn't even solve their own crisis, so they could only suppress the pain and anger in their hearts. Large boulders whistled down one after another. Get lost. The enraged Su Yan leaped into the air, displaying an aura that was second only to the Xiantian realm. He waved his fists in the air, causing rays of light to appear. He directly smashed a large rock, causing it to explode. Su Yan's attack smashed the rock, but the strong impact also made him fall to the ground, and he staggered. Chen, I want you dead. Su Yan roared to the sky, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as if he could see Chen on top of the valley. The 10 inner disciples were all at true chi level 10, and it was already so difficult for them to dodge the large rocks, let alone Luo Mu and the others. When they came in, the sound of the rocks rolling could be heard. What's going on? I'm a big rock, run. Everyone's faces changed dramatically, and they turned around to run. However, their reaction was too slow, and the large rocks fell around the 5 of them. Puff! Puff! 2 light sounds were heard, and the 2 inner disciples were forever under the large rocks. Luo Mu's body staggered, and under the impact of the falling rocks he fell forward. When he turned his head, he saw blood splattering on his face. The ground rumbled as if the mountains were collapsing, and deep pits appeared one after another. Luo Mu's face was full of fear and shock. The scene in front of him was like the end of the world. However, at this moment, the screams of the 10th inner disciple and the roars of the others were heard. "It's over. Even one of them is dead." Luo Mu's face was pale, and his legs began to weaken. He could no longer stand up. A sense of regret emerged from the bottom of his heart, but it was all too late. Next to him, the rocks were whistling down, and the ground was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Luo Mu, whose legs were already weak, crawled on the ground and walked out step by step. It seemed that his luck was extremely good. Even when several large rocks fell on him, he was still unharmed. Puff! Another sound of flesh and blood was heard, and a white object with fresh blood flew towards Luo Mu. Luo Mu's heart sank. Another one had died. Puff! Another sound, and Luo Mu's heart jumped again. Another one had died. For out of the 5 had died, and there was only one left. Luo Mu crawled even faster. He didn't know when, but the whistling sound in his ears had disappeared, and the shaking stopped. He looked up and climbed out of the valley. Aha! Luo Mu crawled on the ground and laughed to the sky. The joy of surviving a disaster was only known to those who had experienced it personally. At this moment, Luo Mu clearly felt that it was good to be alive. But before he could finish laughing, he suddenly felt darkness in front of him. The bright sunlight had been blocked. A cold young man in black was staring at Luo Mu coldly. He was emitting a cold aura that kept people at 1,000 miles away. Who are you?" Luo Mu's voice was trembling, and his face was full of fear. He saw the killing intent in the cold young man's eyes. "The person who will kill you," the cold young man said coldly. Then a ray of light appeared, and Luo Mu's head flew into the distance with a shocked and frightened head. Blood splattered everywhere. After killing Luo Mu, Zhang Haoyan carried his long blade and walked towards the valley step by step. In the valley, the greeting gifts had been delivered. At this moment, the valley was a mess. Blood was everywhere, and there were many deep pits on the ground, full of traces of falling rocks. Not far away, the 10 inner disciples gathered together. At this moment, only 9 of them were left. The 9 of them were all injured. Some of them had broken arms and legs, and were dripping with blood. But compared to the 11th inner disciple who was smashed to death, they were much luckier. Zi Qin. Su Yan's eyes emitted a bloodthirsty light as he stared at the black figure in front of him. Zi Qin descended from the valley with a black sword in his hand. His eyes were cold as he walked towards Su Yan and the others. On the other side, Miao Kong also slowly walked forward. "Big brother, let's retreat first," Lin Yu whispered in Su Yan's ear as the 9 of them were injured. It was unwise to fight the enemy now. "Okay, let's go." Su Yan's heart was filled with sorrow, but he knew the severity of the situation. But at this moment, another black figure blocked the exit of the valley. It was Zhang Haoyan. "Since you're here, don't leave." Zhang Haoyan's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Haha." Su Yan laughed. "I can't believe that I, Su Yan, would be put in such a difficult situation by 3 small fries. Since there's no way out, then there's no need to leave. Brothers, can you accompany me to kill these bastards?" Su Yan and the others had seen Zhang Haoyan before and knew who he was. Now that they were surrounded, there was no hope for them to escape. "We're willing to kill the enemy together with Big Brother," the 8 of them said in unison as fighting intent rose in their hearts. "Good. The 10 of us brothers don't ask to be born in the same year and month, but we ask to die in the same year and month." Su Yan laughed, but his eyes were filled with tears. "Good." The 8 of them nodded in unison. "Those who kill must also be killed. Chen's eyes emitted a cold light. The brotherhood of Su Yan and the others had touched Chen, but it did not soften his heart. Instead, his killing intent grew stronger. If they didn't die today, he would be the one to die in the future. Zhang Haoyan was already approaching. Compared to Chen, he was even colder. The long blade in his hand emitted a chilling light. Miao Kong's expression was calm as he walked forward step by step. Although there was no killing intent or indifference, it showed his ruthlessness. It was as if the people who were about to die in front of him were not people, but cats and dogs. Miao Kong ignored them. Kill! Before the three of them could get close, Su Yan and the others shouted and rushed towards the three. Die! Killing intent flashed in Chen's eyes. The flowing light sword art had already appeared. Like a ray of light, he rushed towards a disciple with a broken leg. Pooh! Chapter 51. Die! After killing one disciple, Chen didn't have time to pull out his black sword. A bolt of lightning leaped out from his fingers and rushed towards another disciple like a roaring dragon. Boom! Under such a thunderbolt, the other party's heavily injured body was instantly sent flying. He smashed into a large rock that had fallen. After his body twitched a few times, he stopped moving. Even as he was dying, his eyes were still filled with shock. Even if Chen was strong enough, it would still be very difficult for him to kill someone in the 10th stage of true energy. But when the boulders fell, they were all injured. Because they couldn't move, it was much easier to kill the enemy now. Among the inner disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor, the 10 strongest were like fruits and weeds in front of Chen, waiting for Chen to cut them. I'll kill you. Lin Yu's Zhen Qi surged as the second disciple of the inner court rushed towards Chen. His speed was extremely fast, and he hugged Chen tightly. On the other side, 2 people had already died to Zhang Haoyan's long blade. At the same time, he abandoned his long blade and used the heavenly tyrant fist. With a surging aura, he punched towards Su Yan's head. Bang! Su Yan was the strongest, and his injuries were the lightest. He managed to block Zhang Haoyan's killing blow, but his figure was forced back. At the same time, Zhang Haoyan was also retreating. Shua! At this moment, a figure quickly rushed towards Zhang Haoyan and hugged him with all his might. It was the 3rd disciple of the inner sect, the one who was brave but not astute. Big brother, let's go! Inner sect's 3rd brother roared as he hugged Zhang Haoyan tightly. Big brother, let's go! Lin Yu also roared. Take revenge for us. At the same time, the 2 disciples who had joined hands to hug Miao Kong also cried out loudly. On the brink of death, these 10th level True Qi disciples unleashed an unprecedented amount of potential, firmly holding back the 3 of them, giving Su Yan a chance to escape. Su Yan's eyes were filled with grief. At this moment, he really didn't want to leave. In his heart, dying like this was better than leaving. Let's go, big brother. Remember to avenge us. Lin Yu hugged Chen tightly. All of his true qi began to surge. His eyes were filled with the will to die. Because of his strength, his 10 fingernails were deeply imprinted into Chen's body. Let's go! Scram! At the same time, there were roars and curses. Su Yan's eyes were already filled with tears. At this moment, they had given him a chance to live. Brothers, I swear that I will avenge you. Su Yan wiped away the tears on his face. With a tap of his foot, the 1st grade movement technique, Misty Steps appeared. With the comprehension of true intent, he disappeared from the valley. Pooh! Pooh! The remaining disciples held on with all their might, unleashing all their potential at this moment. They held back Chen and the others for a long time, but in the end, they died one by one under the saber light and sword shadows. Blood dyed the valley red, and a bleak and sorrowful aura pervaded the valley. Chen stood there motionless. There were 10 fingernail marks all over his body. That was the result of Lin Yu's fingernails piercing into his flesh when he was hugging him. Even a 9th-level true Qi physique had been pierced by fingernails. It was clear that Lin Yu had really gone all out. Zhang Haotian, Miao Kong, and the others were also not in a good state. They had all suffered light injuries. Zi Qin did not move. He was touched by Su Yan and the others' brotherhood. He was also envious of them. Unfortunately, these loyal people were not his friends. "How is it? Can you catch up?" Zhang Haotian asked coldly. He was not affected by his emotions. "I'm afraid not. Su Yan's injuries are very light. Even if I can catch up, you won't be able to. I can't beat him." Miao Kong curled his lips and said indifferently, looking at the corpses on the ground. Zi Chen suddenly said, "They are all good people. Let's bury them." "Okay, you take the contribution points first," Miao Kong said indifferently. Killing these loyal people did not affect his mood at all. Zhang Haotian was the same. He was very cold. "Contribution points? Forget it. I don't want to touch their things." Zi Qin shook his head. "Haha." Miao Kong gently smiled and said, "Then wait for it to be taken by others. Your heart is still too soft. If these people want to kill you, even if they are loyal, they will still die. As for the contribution points, if you don't take them, then it will be a waste. Who knows who will benefit when the time comes?" In the end, Zi Qin still took the contribution points. The contribution points of the 10 inner disciples were definitely a large amount. In an instant, Zi Chen's contribution points broke through 2 digits and reached a terrifying 3 digits. 588 points. This number was really frightening. After taking the contribution points, Zi Chen gathered the corpses of the 10 inner disciples in a deep pit and buried them. It had to be said that Zi Chen was a good person. However, he was definitely not a good person. Compared to the 10 inner disciples who were buried, Luo Mu and the others did not have such good treatment. Their corpses would be exposed in the wilderness and wait for some fierce beasts to collect their corpses. "What do we do now?" After taking care of everything, Miao Kong asked. "The problem of the Nimbus martial ancestor has been solved. What's left is the Zhan martial ancestor. However, this place has already been exposed. If we do it again, no one will fall for it. It's better to leave." After pondering for a moment, Zi Chen said, "Do we have to find another place to continue scheming against the Zhan martial ancestor?" Miao Kong asked. "We can try this method," Zi Chen said. However, Zhang Haotian shook his head and said, "This method won't work. The current Zhan martial ancestor will not send anyone out." "Why?" The two turned their heads and looked at Zhang Haotian in confusion. "Ling Qin is doing something very important. This matter requires a lot of people from the Zhan martial ancestor. I don't know the specifics, but I'm sure that he can't leave. There are many true energy stage 10 disciples who can't leave either. The fact that Jiang Hua and the others were able to come that day was already beyond my expectations." Zhang Haotian said, "If that's the case, let's find some elixirs and break through first." Zi Qin said, "Zhang Haotian, didn't you reach the bottleneck of the peak of the 8th layer? Why don't you take a few elixirs and break through first?" "It's not that easy to break through a bottleneck. I thought I was going to break through, but I was still at the peak of the 8th layer," Zhang Haotian said with a bitter smile. Only when he was talking to Zi Qin would he not put on a cool appearance. "Then you can take some more elixirs. There's not much here, but there are plenty of elixirs," Zi Chen said with a smile. "Let's give it a try." Zhang Haotian spread out his hands, but it was obvious that there was not much hope. If one could break through to the true energy stage 9 with just 100-year elixir, then Wang Xiong would not have coveted Zi Chen's 500-year-old snow ginseng. "Don't be depressed. There are plenty of elixirs here, and there are many over 500 years old. Anyway, we still have plenty of time. Why don't we go look for them first?" Miao Kong said with a faint smile. The 3 of them finally left. Su Yan ran all the way, and only stopped after flying for 100 miles. Second brother, third brother! Su Yan leaned against a big tree. Tears flowed out of his eyes and dripped down. How many years had it been? Su Yan had never been in such a sorry state. He was actually forced to a dead end by 3 little guys. Moreover, 9 of his 10 brothers were dead. Dead, they're all dead. Tears mixed with snot flowed down. Su Yan was heartbroken and began to cry. Ziqin, Zhang Haotian, I will kill you with my own hands. In the forest, a man's heartbroken cry resounded. This cry lasted for half the night. In the latter half of the night, Su Yan stopped crying. His eyes were red like a crazy beast. He turned around and looked in the direction of the valley. With a plop, he knelt down and heavily kowtowed 9 times on the ground until blood appeared on his forehead. Brothers, I swear I will avenge you. After kowtowing, Su Yan stood up and walked towards the depths of the forest. It was naturally unrealistic to rely on his own strength to kill Ziqin and the other 2. Therefore, he needed to find reinforcements. The first person Su Yan wanted to find was Ling Qin, who was fighting the martial ancestor, because both sides had a common enemy. However, the spiritual herbal garden was very large. Wanting to find Ling Qin was easier said than done. Su Yan walked for several days. Not to mention finding Ling Qin, he could not even find half of the martial ancestor's disciples. It was not until the 7th day that Su Yan heard the sounds of fighting and beast roars coming from the forest. Su Yan walked towards the source of the sound and finally found the people fighting the martial ancestor. From afar, he heard a loud shout. All of you get out of the way. Go back and tell my brother that this beast was killed by me, Ling Fei, alone. Ling Fei's voice came out. In front of him, there was a huge ape that was a few meters tall. It was already heavily injured and on the verge of death. There was a lot of blood on its pitch-black fur. Many rolled-up wounds revealed bright red flesh. At this time, the peak of level 8 beast was already on the verge of death. It could die at any time. Since the last time it was injured, it took more than a month for Ling Fei's injuries to recover. Ling Chen's big matter did not require his help, so he brought a group of disciples out again. Fortunately, he found another spiritual herbal garden that was more than 500 years old. Before the silver sword in his hand could pierce into the body of the huge ape, Ling Fei felt a strong force coming from the opposite side. Then, a figure suddenly jumped up and hit the huge ape's head with a palm. Bang! The huge ape fell down and its life force dissipated. You! Ling Fei was furious. However, after seeing who it was, he covered up the unhappiness in his heart. It's you, Su Yan. He had seen Su Yan that day. Ling Qin had also introduced him to Su Yan. Su Yan appeared with an unnatural expression. His eyes were still emitting red light. His mood was very unstable, like a fireball that was about to explode. This was also the reason why Ling Fei kept quiet. Ling Fei, right? I've seen you before. Su Yan had an unnatural smile on his face, as if it was forced out. Greetings, senior brother Su Yan. Su Yan's expression gave Ling Fei a bad feeling. It was as if he had seen a ruthless beast. He could only hurriedly say this. As for the unhappiness in his heart, it had already disappeared. The other disciples came over, but they all felt the oppressive aura from Su Yan and did not dare to move. Put away your spiritual herbal garden. I need your help. Su Yan said indifferently, Okay. Ling Fei nodded and then winked at a disciple next to him. The latter quickly put away the 600 years old spiritual herbal garden. What is it, senior brother? Ling Fei asked carefully. Take me to see Ling Qin. Su Yan said, Chapter 52. What? You don't want to? Seeing Ling Fei's hesitant expression, the forced smile on Su Yan's face disappeared. He was extremely gloomy and the aura around him was unstable. Of course not. Ling Fei said awkwardly. It's just that my cousin is doing something important and has no time to see others. Even I have a hard time seeing him. Humph. Does he not care about your life or death? Su Yan said coldly. All 9 of his brothers were dead. He had already thrown caution to the wind, so he did not care about killing a few more people. What do you mean? Ling Fei's face was very ugly. The others also looked at Su Yan cautiously. They had all heard of Su Yan's name and did not dare to make a move. The peak of level 10 true energy could kill them instantly. My meaning is very clear. If I don't see Ling Qin, you won't see the sun tomorrow. Su Yan said coldly. Are you threatening me? Ling Fei stared at Su Yan. It's not a threat. The aura of level 10 true energy had already surged out. Su Yan's eyes also had a hint of killing intent. The two of them looked at each other. In the end, Ling Fei could not withstand Su Yan's gaze and lost. Su Yan's eyes really had killing intent. This guy really wanted to kill him. Ling Fei could only compromise. Okay, I'll take you there. Humph. Su Yan snorted coldly. This damn Su Yan, is he crazy? He actually wants to kill me. Ling Fei cursed in his heart, but could only obediently lead the way. Go tell my cousin that senior brother Su Yan is looking for him for an important matter. Tell him to take some time to come over. Halfway through, Ling Fei instructed a disciple. Yes, young Master Ling Fei. In the battle martial ancestor, those who were weaker than Ling Fei would call him young master, while those who were stronger would call him by his name. Su Yan did not say anything and let them leave. Ling Fei was not a fool. He knew that his cousin was doing something important, so he could not bring Su Yan along. Thus, he asked Ling Qin to come. A few days later, Su Yan finally saw Ling Qin. Senior brother Su Yan, I don't know when you are looking for me. Why are you in such a hurry that you even used my cousin's life to threaten him? Ling Qin came in a hurry and seemed very unhappy, but he still cupped his fists at Su Yan. Obviously, he already knew what happened. There is an important matter. Su Yan glanced at the crowd and said in an indifferent manner, Oh, all of you can leave. Ling Fei will leave too. Ling Chun waved her hands. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, especially Ling Fei. These days, when Su Yan was by his side, he felt as if there was a level 10 ferocious beast standing beside him. He was on tenterhooks all day long. After the crowd dispersed, Ling Qin asked calmly, What's the matter? I know the whereabouts of Zi Qin and Zhang Haoyan. Su Yan went straight to the point. Ugh, Ling Qin was taken aback. She did not expect Su Yan to say such a thing. Moreover, it was such an unimportant topic. However, Su Yan said it so seriously that Ling Qin could not understand what he meant. Don't you want to kill them? I know where they are, Su Yan said again, staring at Ling Qin like a beast staring at its prey. I'm very busy now, and I don't have the time to care about such small matters. Ling Qin frowned and said indifferently, Small matter? Is this a small matter? Su Yan's expression was slightly malevolent, but he quickly suppressed it. His tone softened as he said, Then lend me some men. I'll go kill them. Su Yan's mood had changed greatly, causing Ling Qin to be even more puzzled. However, when he heard this, his expression instantly changed. Where are your people? The 10 disciples of the spiritual martial sect are powerful. Could it be that they can't deal with them? Do you still need to borrow people from me? This sentence ignited the pain in Su Yan's heart. He roared, Are you going to lend me your men or not? His roar spread far and wide, attracting the attention of Ling Fei and the others. Su Yan, are you AF * King Mad Dog? Why are you shouting at me? Why should I lend you my men? Ling Qin glared at him. The level 10 true qi started to surge, and the atmosphere in the forest instantly became oppressive. What, you want to make a move? Ling Qin said coldly. He could see the crazy killing intent in Su Yan's eyes. If you don't lend me your men, I will. Su Yan said coldly. His mood was no longer stable. Ling Chen's thoughts were running fast. He was thinking about why Su Yan had changed so much. Suddenly, an unbelievable thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that all 9 of them? When this question appeared in his mind, Ling Chen jumped in fright. The 10 disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor were the deterrents of the spiritual herbal garden. How could so many of them die in such a short period of time? However, in order to verify his guess, Ling Chen also smiled. After easing the oppressive atmosphere, he said, "Senior brother Su Yan, it's not that I don't want to lend you my men, but that I have no one to lend. You also know that 4 level 10 disciples died under my hands. This time, I have an important matter to attend to. I can't find anyone to lend you." Su Yan's expression was still cold. Not to mention level 10, even level 9 and level 8 disciples have been used. If you don't mind, I can send Ling Fei to you. What use do I have for that trash? Su Yan snorted. I can't do anything about that. Ling Chen smiled bitterly. The atmosphere that had just eased became oppressive again. Suddenly, Ling Chen said, "But if senior brother really wants to borrow someone, I think there should be someone who can help." "Who?" Su Yan's eyes flashed with urgency. "Mui. He has many strong disciples under him. Moreover, there were no casualties. If you find him, you can borrow as much as you want." Ling Chen suggested. "Mui." Su Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. In his confusion, he had actually forgotten about the people from the Black Turtle sect. "Where is he? How can I find him?" Su Yan asked. "Go through this dense forest. Walk a few 100 miles, and you will find him." Ling Chen pointed in a direction. "Okay, goodbye." Su Yan cupped his hands and quickly left. Seeing Su Yan's figure disappear, Ling Chen's eyes flashed. As expected, Zi Chen and Zhang Haoyan's methods are not ordinary. They actually killed 9 of the 10 disciples. However, no matter how strong you are, as long as you haven't reached the Xiantian level, you will all die. "Cousin, what's wrong with Su Yan? His mood seems to be unstable." Ling Fei walked over. "Humph! How can his mood be stable with a dead brother? You're lucky that he didn't kill you on the spot." Ling Qin sneered. "What, a dead brother?" Ling Fei was shocked. "Nimbus martial ancestors' 10 disciples. I'm afraid that only one of them is left." "Ha!" Ling Qin laughed and said something even more shocking. Su Yan did not stop to rest. He rushed day and night. Finally, after 2 days, he arrived at the place Ling Chen had mentioned. He also saw Mui. Mui was a kind young man. He was the #1 disciple of the mysterious martial ancestor. At this time, he was chatting with Liang Guang. He was surprised to see Su Yan. "I want to borrow people to kill Zi Qin and Zhang Haoyan." Su Yan stated his purpose. It was very direct and very clear. Borrow people? Mui was also startled. Anyone who heard such a sudden question would also be startled. He was naturally aware of the matter between Zi Chen and Zhang Haoyan. He had also heard many things about the two. To be honest, for such geniuses, Mui did not want to provoke them. Even if the 2 of them had recently stolen many of the mysterious martial ancestors' disciples' elixirs. Borrow people. I want to borrow all the disciples at the 10th level to kill the 2 of them. Su Yan repeated again. His tone was very firm and very cold. The current Su Yan was like a mad dog. He dared to bite anyone he saw. "Brother Su, don't worry. If you have something to say, sit down and slowly talk." "Right, where is Brother Linyu? Why didn't he come?" Mui laughed. Su Yan's face instantly changed. But Mui greeted him with a smile. He did not want to be angry. He could only coldly say he died. "Pooh!" Liang Guang was drinking water. When he heard Mui's words, he spat it out. He was obviously frightened. Lin Yu was the 2nd strongest disciple of the Nimbus martial ancestor. His strength was similar to Liang Guang's. Who could kill such a person in the spirit herbal garden? Mui was still smiling. His expression did not change, but his mind was spinning rapidly. He was trying to guess what was going on. Mui, are you going to borrow people or not? Su Yan's voice was very cold. Brother Su, you should be more polite when you speak. Liang Guang, who originally wanted to ask, heard Su Yan's tone and said with dissatisfaction, Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Su Yan suddenly shouted. You. Liang Guang was angry, but he was stopped by Mui. Brother Su, don't be angry. Calm down. You must be tired. Come and drink some water. Mui handed over his water bag. Su Yan was not polite. He grabbed the water bag and drank. Gulp, 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 as if he was feeding a cow. After one gulp, the water bag had already dried up. Damn, has he not drunk water for hundreds of years? Liang Guang secretly muttered in his heart. Brother Su, if you have something to discuss, let's sit down and slowly discuss it. As for borrowing people, can we wait? Mui said. No, we must solve this today. Otherwise, they will run away. Su Yan said firmly, not polite at all. Liang Guang cursed in his heart. Are you an ingrate? You just drank our water and now you have this kind of attitude. Mui was very hesitant. If you help me this time, you can obtain my friendship. If you are in trouble, I, Su Yan, will help you. Seeing the hesitant Mui, Su Yan coldly said, But if you do not help me, I will do everything in my power to kill everyone in your sect. I will not let anyone go. A threat, a naked threat. Mui's face was already unhappy. He was also a powerhouse, and his strength was not weaker than Su Yan's. Being threatened like this, he was naturally angry. As for Liang Guang, he wanted to fight now. Just as Mui did not know what to do, a voice suddenly sounded from not too far away. Lend it to him. Isn't it just borrowing people? It's not a big deal. As the voice fell, a young man in a blue robe appeared. He was only 10 years old, with sharp eyes and bright eyebrows. He was very handsome, with a faint smile on his face. He slowly walked over in leather boots. Chapter 53. Su Yan suspiciously looked at this young man. With just a glance, he could tell that this young man was not ordinary. When he looked at him, Su Yan seemed to see the shadows of two other people, Zi Chen and Zhang Haoyan. The three of them seemed to have the same aura. This aura seemed to belong to a genius. LV Peng, why are you here? Seeing this young man, Mui and Liang Guang were surprised. Nothing to do, I was just walking around. I accidentally overheard your conversation. The young man named LV Peng smiled and said, I feel that this senior brother's words are very reasonable. Zi Chen and Zhang Haoyan have repeatedly attacked our disciples. Even death cannot wipe out their crimes. We should help them. Su Yan looked at this young man with surprise. He felt that this young man was not ordinary, but he also felt that he was more pleasing to the eye. But LV Peng, you. Mui looked at LV Peng as if he wanted to say something, but couldn't. That's right. I used to admire those two, but they actually attacked my Black Turtle sect. Besides, I feel that if I can obtain the friendship of this senior apprentice brother, it is much more meaningful than admiring those two so-called geniuses. LV Peng looked at Mui and lightly smiled. Yes, I also have the same idea. Mui nodded and said, To provoke our black martial ancestor, this Zichen and Zhang Haoyan really did deserve to die. Well, since we want to kill them, we must do it cleanly. I suggest that we gather all of our 10th floor disciples. LV Peng said, Yes, we will gather them now. Mui nodded. Then I will go. Liang Guang rushed to say, Thank you. I, Su Yan, represent the Nimbus martial ancestor and the 10 disciples of the inner sect. Thank you, junior brother. Su Yan was very grateful and deeply bowed to LV Peng. Senior brother is too polite. This is what we should do. I hope that senior brother will work hard and lead us to them. LV Peng moved aside. unwilling to accept such a big bow. Of course, of course. Su Yan's mood stabilized. His eyes were full of gratitude. Liang Guang quickly gathered the people, a total of 11 10th level disciples. Let's go. LV Peng smiled. Junior brother is going as well. Su Yan was startled. Brother Su, don't worry. My junior brother's strength cannot be judged by his appearance, Muyi said while LV Peng nodded toward Su Yan. All right then. Su Yan led the way, sprinting madly all the way at extreme speed. Is this guy rushing to reincarnate? The group of 10th level true energy practitioners behind Su Yan could not help but mutter. Some of them were simply unable to keep up with Su Yan's speed. With no other choice, Su Yan could only slow down, but he still left everyone behind. Junior apprentice brother, what is the meaning of this? Why do you want us to agree to Su Yan's request? Don't you usually admire Zi Chen and Zhang Haotian? Mui and LV Peng walked at the back. I arrived when Su Yan came and heard your conversation. Didn't you notice that something was wrong with Su Yan? LV Peng asked. Something is wrong, it's like a mad dog. Mui said. This is pardonable. If I'm not wrong, of the 10 inner disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor, I'm afraid that only the inner disciples are left. LV Peng said. What? Mui's indifferent face changed. Although it's just a guess, it's very likely. The relationship between the 10 inner disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor is very good. Although they are not blood brothers, they are comparable to blood brothers. This time, Su Yan's attitude is abnormal, and his mood is unstable. It should be because the other 9 disciples are dead, and they died at the hands of Zi Chen and Zhang Haotian. LV Peng said, therefore this kind of person is now a mad dog. He will bite whoever he wants. You must not offend him. That's why I want you to agree to his request. How is that possible? Those are 9 10th level true Qi masters. Their strength is too strong. As for Zi Chen and Zhang Haotian, even if they are geniuses, it is impossible for them to kill all 9 of them. Moreover, they did it in front of Su Yan. Mui still could not believe it. There are many ways to kill people. You don't have to be strong. You can use tricks or poison. If I'm not wrong, the place where Su Yan is taking us must be the place where they fought with Zi Chen. When we see the traces of the battle, we will understand. What if we meet Zi Chen? It's impossible to meet them. They are not fools. How could they still be guarding there? LV Peng said confidently. Junior brother is really smart. No wonder senior brother Wu Hong values you so much. Mui praised. Su Yan's speed was very fast, and he did not stop to rest. Even things like eating and drinking were saved as much as possible. The people behind him were all secretly cursing. It could be said that they had a belly full of anger. Eat and drink as we go, Mui said, and no one disobeyed. Therefore, no matter how much resentment they had, they buried it in their hearts. Thus, Mui earned Su Yan's gratitude. A few days later, under the leadership of Su Yan, they finally arrived at their destination. But this time, they rested in the distance for a full hour. After their energy was restored, Su Yan led them to the mountain valley. Very smart. You haven't lost your mind. Mui's eyes had a touch of appreciation, but LV Peng disdainfully curled his lips. It's here. Su Yan pointed to the mountain valley in front of them and said, Zi Chen and Zhang Haotian are in this mountain valley. We will directly kill them. With Mui's instructions, everyone nodded and quickly flew towards the mountain valley. At the edge of the mountain valley, they saw dried blood stains and some traces of flesh. When they rushed into the mountain valley, they saw that the ground was a mess. There were deep pits in front of them, and there was a lot of dried blood, as well as some unknown black, red, and white objects. Large stones fell to the ground, and some of them had black blood on them. This was a battlefield, and it was very messy. Seeing the scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Based on their imaginations, they could imagine the intensity of the battle before. Their gazes were fixed on the high mountain valley. They could imagine how powerful the boulders that fell from above were. In this place, numbers were useless. But at first glance, LV Peng understood what had happened. His eyes had a touch of admiration and admiration. Apparently, he had already guessed how Zi Chen and Zhang Haotian were able to kill 9 people. There was no one in the mountain valley. There were only large stones, and no one was able to find anything. Su Yan was very depressed. His eyes were full of disappointment and unwillingness. At this time, there was a clear sound of bones breaking. Then, everyone saw a long beast tail swaying behind a large stone. After a few flashes, everyone arrived around the large stone. They saw a black panther. It was 3 meters long, and with its tail close to 5 meters, it was about 2 meters tall. It was originally chewing something with its head down, but when it heard the sound of flying, it looked up, revealing its mouth full of meat. Feeling that every aura around it was much stronger than it, and that they could all kill it, the black wind panther's eyes were filled with fear. It lowered its head and its body trembled. A level 8 vicious beast, the black wind panther, would not attract too much attention. Everyone lowered their heads and looked at the black wind panther's food. At a glance, everyone's pupils shrank because they saw half a limb. There was no upper body, only a lower body. A human limb. Next to it, there was a pit. There was some soil around the pit, and there was a complete corpse that had been dead for a long time. It was thrown out from the ground by the black wind panther, and everyone found it familiar. Second brother. But at this time, Su Yan let out a cry of sorrow. Everyone was relieved. It was Lin Yu, seeing the half-eaten corpse on the ground, and Lin Yu's corpse. Su Yan was completely dumbfounded. After a cry of surprise, he stood there motionless. His eyes were unfocused, as if he had lost his soul. In his mind, he was thinking about how his brothers had risked their lives to give him a chance to escape. Those unwilling roars rang in Su Yan's ears, causing a buzzing sound to ring in his ears. In the pit, apart from Lin Yu's corpse, there was another corpse that was half exposed. Clearly, there were many people buried there. Everyone died, but he survived and found help. However, his brothers died without a complete corpse. Immediately, the dumbfounded Su Yan felt the blood in his body boil. Then, a sword of blood rushed from his heart to his head. "You damn thing, I'm going to eat you." Su Yan finally could not suppress his emotions. Blood rushed to his head, and his eyes turned red. He lost his mind, and as if he had turned into a level 10 vicious beast, he charged at the trembling black wind panther. This was a battle without any suspense, but everyone watching was horrified. Su Yan abandoned all means of fighting a cultivator and directly threw himself at the black wind panther. Like a vicious beast, he began to tear at the black wind panther, biting, clawing, and beating it. He was completely a vicious beast, and under everyone's watchful eyes, the black wind panther's flesh was bitten off piece by piece. Su Yan's mouth was full of blood, and after chewing twice, he directly swallowed the flesh into his stomach. He had gone completely crazy. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. "I'm going to kill you. Eat my brothers, I'm going to eat you." Su Yan roared again and again as he clawed and bit. To the side, the other level 10 disciples retreated, their eyes filled with fear. Mui didn't speak and they didn't leave. They only watched this cruel scene unfold before them. The black wind panther roared in horror. It wanted to escape, but it was firmly pinned down by Su Yan. It could only allow Su Yan to bite it until it finally bled to death. The black wind panther finally died. Su Yan's entire body was covered in blood. His expression was ferocious and terrifying. He stood up from the ground, and his cold eyes suddenly swept over everyone. At this moment, everyone felt as if they were being stared at by a level 10 vicious beast, and their hearts went cold. But with Mui here, they weren't afraid. If they wanted to kill Su Yan, they could kill him in a single move. "Ah!" Su Yan's eyes swept over everyone, and finally he roared to the sky, like a vicious beast roaring, letting out an unwilling cry. His level 10 true chi crazily surged, and his eyes were frighteningly red. His entire body was covered in blood, and he looked incomparably ferocious. Then his figure soared into the air. He took 2 steps in the air and passed over everyone. His figure flickered several times, and he disappeared from sight. Su Yan didn't say a word and just left. Everyone was stunned and didn't understand what had happened. It's over. This person is ruined. LV Peng looked at Su Yan's disappearing figure and shook his head and sighed. What a pity. I didn't think that such a righteous person would fall into such a situation. Mui also sighed. Righteous and righteous. Zi Chen seems to be a good person. It's just that Su Yan and the others stood in the wrong place. Looking at the corpses on the ground, LV Peng faintly smiled. Bury these again. As for this beast, chop it up and throw it into the forest as fertilizer. LV Peng looked at the black-winged panther's corpse, and his indifferent expression suddenly turned cold. Yes. A disciple nodded. Chapter 54. Su Yan disappeared, and so did Lu Peng and the rest. From then on, there was a madman in the spiritual herbal garden. He killed people and beasts on sight. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was half human and half beast. For a moment, the disciples of the 3 sects in the spiritual herbal garden were in a state of panic. Zi Qin was unaware of all this. At this moment, he was looking at a red wolf, a level 8 beast, bloodthirsty red wolf. It was different from the other wolves. It was not a pack beast, but a beast of pure strength. It was at the peak of level 8 and was guarding a red caltrip flower for 700 years. Roar! The red wolf lowered its head and looked ahead cautiously. It let out a hoarse roar as if it was warning. Hee, this little thing is very smart. It didn't attack at first. Miao Kong looked at the red wolf and smiled disdainfully. A level 8 beast has high intelligence. Of course, it is not stupid. Zi Chun smiled, but he did not intend to attack. The red wolf was still growling. Zhang Haotian still did not say a word. After searching for so long, we finally found a decent spiritual herb. Why are you still acting cool? Why are you not attacking? Zi Qin said to Zhang Haotian. After going through life and death together, Zi Qin could casually make fun of this cold guy. You want me to attack? Of course it's you. I'm not the one who wants to break through. Zi Qin rolled his eyes. All right then. Zhang Haotian nodded. After he finished speaking, the aura around him became cold and sharp. Then, a surge of aura began to surge. Sky Tyrant Fist, the strongest battle technique of the martial ancestor, appeared. Roar! The warning roar turned into an attack. The red wolf knew that the human in front of it was powerful, and it wanted to fight. Its 4 limbs exerted force, and its body leaned forward. Its sharp claws emitted a cold light. It opened its mouth to reveal cold teeth and bit at Zhang Haotian's fist. Pung! The Sky Tyrant Fist finally landed, but it was not bitten by the red wolf. Instead, it hit its head. The sound of bones breaking was heard. The red wolf's head, which was the strongest part of its body, was shattered by Zhang Haotian's punch. Its body flew back a few meters and died. Collect the spirit herbs. We should be leaving. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I last saw a cultivator. I don't even have any spiritual herbs. Seeing that Red Wolf was dead, Zi Chen turned around and left. During this period of time, almost all of the spiritual herbs that they had snatched had entered Zi Chen's stomach. Then, under the heavenly thunder reshaping art, his body absorbed them. Zi Chen's true energy was in the 8th level, and he had the body of a 9th level vicious beast. Because of that, his progress was much slower than before. Even though he had consumed a lot of spiritual medicines, his progress was still slow. This was not a problem of talent, nor was there a bottleneck. It was just that Zi-Chen needed to consume too much energy in this realm. If a normal cultivator at the peak of the 8th level needed a 500-year-old spirit herb to break through the bottleneck, then Zi-Chen's breakthrough to the 9th level would require several times the amount of time needed by others, perhaps even dozens of times more. Not only had he made a breakthrough in his true energy, but he had also made a breakthrough in his constitution. The three of them left and found a place. Zhang Haoyan began to consume spirit herbs to begin his breakthrough. Miao Kong stood guard while Zi-Chen searched for some spirit herbs. The spirit herb garden only opened once every few decades, and the strength was limited to the true energy realm. In other words, Zi-Chen only had one chance. Therefore, he did not care about the sex rules. As long as it was a spirit herb, he would not let it go. 50 years old spirit herbs were also collected. Moreover, it was like eating a meal, directly swallowing them without the slightest fear that he would not be able to refine them. During this time, Zhang Haoyan and Miao Kong looked at Zi-Chen as if they were looking at a monster. However, they did not ask Zi-Chen even once about how he had refined so many spirit herbs. This was similar to how Zi-Chen had never asked Miao Kong why he had such exquisite footwork, or why he did not want to use those contribution points. Everyone had their own secrets. Zi-Chen had his, Zhang Haoyan had his, and Miao Kong also had his. At night, Zi-Chen returned. Zhang Haoyan was still cultivating. This time, if he wanted to break through to the 9th level of true energy, he would need a lot of time. Miao Kong stood guard while Zi-Chen sat cross-legged. After calming down and concentrating, Zi-Chen's consciousness once again entered the lightning space. Lightning surged and the lightning youth appeared, giving people a kind of illusory feeling. With a tap of his foot, his figure had already disappeared into the distance without a trace. This was the true essence of the Misty Steps. Zi-Chen had already completely comprehended this first-rate footwork. Now he only lacked the true essence. Today he would try to comprehend it. The lightning youth's feet flickered, and the footwork appeared again and again. In the midst of the illusory mist, there was a mysterious feeling that pointed directly to the original intent. Zi-Chen was exploring, following the lightning youth's footwork. While observing, he was also experimenting. That night, Miao Kong was keeping watch. After he saw Zi-Chen's body emitting a faint silver light, he said again, he entered that mysterious realm again. Is he a monster? The silver light on Zi-Chen's body completely appeared subconsciously. It was an energy defense that appeared automatically when a cultivator was in a deep state of comprehension. If an ordinary person wanted to enter once, in addition to talent, it was more of a coincidence and also good luck. Entering this deep state of comprehension, one's realm would generally rise very quickly. It could be said to be a true opportunity. But Zi-Chen, from the time Miao Kong saw him cultivating at night until now, would enter a deep state of comprehension almost every night. If Zi-Chen did not enter one day, Miao Kong would feel strange. It could be said that every night was an opportunity. It would be strange if Zi-Chen's strength did not rise quickly. One is mysterious, the other is cold. These two are not ordinary. Miao Kong looked at Zhang Haoyan, who was cultivating on the other side, and sighed. Time passed, and the night quietly retreated. Light appeared on the horizon, and a ray of sunlight shone on the earth. After a night of cultivation, Zi-Chen finally touched the essence of the ethereal steps when the sky was bright. When Zi-Chen opened his eyes, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. What, you broke through? Miao Kong asked. Yes. Zi-Chen nodded. I finally broke through. After that, Zi-Chen stood up and began to use the ethereal steps in front of Miao Kong. Under the bright sky, his entire person seemed to have turned into a black shadow, illusory and ethereal. It was impossible to grasp his true movements. Every step he took seemed to be unexpected and unfathomable. This is the essence of the ethereal steps. Miao Kong's eyes suddenly lit up with disbelief. How long has it been? You actually comprehended the essence of the ethereal steps. This is unbelievable. Is this fast? It's been several months. Stopping, Zichen looked at the excited Miao Kong and spread his hands. Is it not fast? You should know that for a first-rate combat skill, it would take several years for others to comprehend the full set of the true meaning. As for the essence of the true meaning, it is almost impossible to comprehend. You comprehended it in a few months. Miao Kong stared. To Miao Kong, Zichen's speed was naturally fast. However, only Zichen knew that his speed was not fast. If he could cultivate the ethereal steps in peace, he would be able to comprehend the essence of the true meaning in 2 months. After all, he had the lightning youth to practice it for free. He could imitate it. After comprehending the essence of the ethereal steps, the next step was the flowing light sword. This was an extremely powerful, first-rate combat skill. When combined with a first-rate weapon, its power would be even stronger. As for the thunderbolt finger that Zichen first cultivated, he had reached a bottleneck. No matter how Zichen cultivated, he could not comprehend the thunderbolt finger's true meaning. Zichen guessed that there seemed to be something missing. However, as for what it was exactly, Zichen could not grasp it. Zhang Haotian was still cultivating. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him was getting denser and denser. It seemed that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Zichen left early and returned late, occasionally bringing back some food or wild fruits. During the day, he would look for spiritual herbs. During the night, he would cultivate the flowing light sword in the lightning space. 7 days later, a whirlpool formed around Zhang Haotian. An extremely dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered from all directions with him as the center. Finally, it was absorbed and refined by Zhang Haotian. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. As he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from all directions, Zhang Haotian was about to break through. After another half a day, a powerful aura suddenly emerged from Zhang Haotian's body. True energy stage 9. He had finally broken through. His eyes opened, shining brightly. Haha, true energy stage 9. What a powerful feeling. The cold youth laughed heartily. He was obviously very happy. True energy stage 9 in the sect was definitely a strong person. How strong? Zichen looked at Zhang Haotian and asked with a smile. Very, very strong. If I meet trash like the inner sect's 10th disciple again, I can kill him with one punch. Zhang Haotian said confidently. Oh, then what about Su Yan? Zichen's eyes lit up. It's a tie. Maybe I'm stronger. Zhang Haotian said, recently, my flowing light sword is about to break through. Why don't you spar with me and help me break through the bottleneck? Zichen's eyes lit up as he suggested. You. Zhang Haotian's mouth twitched. Didn't you comprehend the flowing light strike for your flowing light sword? How can you still break through? I only comprehended the true meaning, but not the essence of it. But soon, why don't you give it a try? Zichen's eyes lit up. This. Zhang Haotian hesitated. You also know that I just broke through. Once I fight, I'm afraid I'll hurt you. Haha. Just as Zhang Haotian's voice fell, there was a loud laughter. It was Miao Kong who was laughing so hard. He pointed at Zhang Haotian and said, Zhang Haotian, I always thought you were very cold and had a lot of character. I didn't expect you to be able to tell jokes, and very funny too. Ha! Zhang Haotian's face instantly fell and became extremely embarrassed. Before, he had sparred with Zichen, but every time it ended in failure. Moreover, he was badly beaten, so there was a shadow in his heart. Even after breaking through, he didn't want to fight with Zichen. What I said is true. But Zichen, if you don't care, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Zhang Haotian said. I don't care. Zichen spread out his hands. Well, then don't blame me for being impolite. Sky Tyrant Fist. The moment he said he would fight, he didn't hesitate at all. Moreover, he used his full strength. Boom! Zichun raised his fist in response, creating a loud bang. The two of them took several steps back. Haha, as expected. I can deal with you now that I've broken through. Again. Zhang Haotian began to laugh heartily as he didn't fly backwards. He seemed very satisfied. One had to know that he had been sent flying many times when he had clashed head-on with Zichun. Zichun grinned and swung his fists again. His fists glowed with silver light, bringing with them gusts of wind. Chapter 55. All right, the warm-up is over. I'm going to make my move now. After the fierce battle, the two retreated again. Zichen's expression turned serious. What? Weren't we fighting just now? Zhang Haotian was dumbfounded. He felt that his body was filled with energy. At this moment, the more he fought with Zichen, the better he felt. Moreover, he was showing signs of suppressing Zichen, so he was very happy. However, he did not expect that Zichen was only using the previous battle as a warm-up. As I said, I want to test the flowing light sword and break through the bottleneck to comprehend the essence of the true intent. That's why the flowing light sword is the focus. Zichen smiled lightly. The power of the silver lightning from the abdomen flowed through his meridians to his arms and finally converged on his two fingers. The two fingers formed a sword and suddenly pierced towards Zhang Haotian. The flowing light strike was like a ray of light, reaching the pinnacle in the blink of an eye. Zhang Haotian only saw a flash of silver light before Zichen was already pointing at his forehead. He was startled and screamed, "Zichen, are you serious?" His body suddenly retreated. Zichen did not say a word. He once again approached Zhang Haotian with speed, aiming at his forehead. "Ah, Zichen, I'll fight you to the death." Zhang Haotian saw coldness in Zichen's eyes. Only now did he know that Zichen was really going to test his sword. With a loud roar, the 9th layer of Zhenqi surged, and the Heaven Tyrant Fist appeared. A fierce aura appeared from Zhang Haotian's body. At this moment, Zhang Haotian seemed to have turned into a giant. He punched out, bringing with it a whistling sound. The fist fell like a fist that could dominate the sky and destroy the earth. The true intent of the Heaven Tyrant Fist was the strongest battle skill against the martial ancestor. Zhang Haotian had already comprehended it. Pum! Zichen's fist landed on the sword light, producing a muffled sound. Zichen's body slowed down as he felt a strong force flowing from his fingertips to his entire body. However, this force was instantly neutralized by his strong physique. Zichen's body slowed down, and he borrowed the force to launch another attack. Flowing light strike. Boom! Zhang Haotian raised his fist and punched out. For a moment, a fierce wind blew through the forest, and sword light flashed. Zichen's finger, sword, carried a sharp sword intent. The more they fought, the braver they became. Zichen's attacks also became faster and faster. Miao Kong, who was watching from afar, was dumbstruck. Is this really a monster? In his eyes, Zichen had first transformed from a streak of light to a state where he had become one with the sword. He was the sword, and the sword was him. This was a transformation that came from someone who had comprehended the quintessence of true meaning. But all of this was not Zichen's endpoint. With Zhang Haotian as his sparring partner, he wanted to push himself to the highest level of the flowing light sword. That was the state of man and sword as one. The sword was one's arm and fingers. With a single move, one would be able to unleash the strongest attack. Unknowingly, Zichen's feet had already flashed with the misty steps. His figure was in an illusory state. With a tap of his foot, he had already moved to the left and stabbed out with his sword. But immediately after, his feet moved again. This was a feint. The real attack was a sword strike from the right. Zhang Haotian was gradually losing. He did not have Zichen's illusory footwork. His previous attack had turned into a passive defense. But with his ninth layer Zhen Qi and his strong physique, he was able to resist for a period of time. This battle continued until 2 hours later. As a spectator, Miao Kong's eyes were about to pop out. He looked at Zichen as if he was looking at a monster. 2 hours ago, Zichen had not comprehended the quintessence of a first-rate sword art. But 2 hours later, not only did Zichen comprehend the quintessence of the true meaning, but he could also fuse the misty steps into his attacks. From the previous jerkiness, it had become smooth and well-connected. It had become a tight combination without any gaps. This is a fused first-rate battle skill. Miao Kong was shocked, seeing Zichen fuse his footwork and sword art into one. Miao Kong felt as if he had seen the fused ferocious tiger fist. He really is a genius. Miao Kong sighed, but in the end, Zichen did not completely fuse the first-rate battle skill because Zhang Haoyan was completely defeated. His Zhen Qi was completely exhausted, and so was Zichen. Huff, huff, stop fighting, stop fighting. You are simply abnormal. Zhang Haoyan repeatedly retreated. He leaned against a tree and panted. He did not attack again, even if he would be killed by Zichen in the next moment. Zichen stopped. There was a trace of regret in his eyes. He was just one step away from fusing the battle skill, but the Zhen Qi in his body could not continue. He could only stop. Monster, monster. Miao Kong repeatedly cried out. He began to make a fire for the two of them to eat. The next step was to look for spirit herbs. The three of them went all the way. They passed through dense forests, mountains, and rivers. The area of the spirit herb garden was very large. The deeper they went, the more spirit herbs there were, and the better the quality. Zichen and the others also had a big harvest, but everyone's harvest had entered Zichen's stomach. He was like a bottomless pit, devouring all the spirit herbs that could be devoured. Even the ones that were 50 years old were not spared. The wind leaves a trace, and the goose plucks the feathers. This was what Zichen said. He really did not let go of any spirit herbs. Along the way, his fists had smashed countless vicious beasts. The flowing light sword in his hand was stained with blood. In the end, Zichen could not bear it. He just took away the spirit herbs and did not kill them. You are soft-hearted. Miao Kong lightly smiled. Along the way, Zichen had devoured nearly 100 spirit herbs. If they were exchanged for true qi pills, they would be worth hundreds. But with so many spirit herbs in his stomach, Zichen's strength was still at the early 8th level. His progress could not be said to be great. This won't do. It seems I have to find spirit herbs that are over 500 years old. Otherwise, it won't be effective. Zichen shook his head. He was very dissatisfied with his current cultivation speed. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The spirit herb garden had been open for more than 4 months. There was still a month before it closed. This won't do. The spirit herb garden is about to close. We have to speed up. Within the spirit herb garden, there was abundant heaven and earth ling qi. There were many spirit herbs, but Zichen's cultivation speed was so slow. Once he went out, relying on his own bitter cultivation, it would take him several years to break through to the 9th level of true qi. The speed of the three of them was much faster. Outside a deep valley, Ling Qin stood on a large rock, looking in the direction of the valley. His eyes were filled with anticipation. When he arrived at the spirit herb garden, he began to prepare for this matter. For months had passed, and it was finally time to finish. Success was imminent, but his heart was filled with apprehension. Ah! Suddenly, a scream came from the valley, followed by several more screams. Ling Chen's face changed slightly. He thought to himself, "Please don't let anything happen. Otherwise, all our efforts will be for naught." While waiting anxiously, a figure finally flew out of the valley. It was a young man. His speed was very fast, and there was a hint of panic in his eyes. His clothes were all torn, and he looked very miserable. "Xie Qiu, how is it?" Ling Chen asked. "We lost 3, but everything is done." After running out of the valley, Xie Qiu's mood calmed down. 3. Ling Chen's heart sank. One had to know that those who went in were all at the 10th level of true qi. 3 had died just like that. Inform the others that we can move out. Everything will go according to plan. He did not have time to feel heartache. The spirit herb garden was about to close. He had to speed up. "Okay, I'll go now." Xie Qiu hurriedly left. A 1,500-year-old spirit herb should be enough to attract your attention. Ling Chen looked at the valley and snorted, then turned and left. It would not be long before this place became a graveyard. On this day, many disciples of the martial ancestor hurriedly left. Hey, did you guys know? Someone actually found a 1,500-year-old spirit herb in the spirit herb garden. It can't be a 1,500-year-old spirit herb. That's something that even Xiantian masters can use. On this day, the news about the 1,500-year-old spirit herb spread throughout the spirit herb garden. The spirit herb garden had been open for more than 4 months. Most of the cultivators here had already given up on searching for spirit herbs. Instead, they occupied a territory and began to loot. The death rate of the cultivators of the 3 sects greatly increased. As for some places, they had turned into dead regions. Not far from where Zi Chun killed the 9 disciples of the inner sect, there was a dense forest. In the past, there were many ferocious beasts and spirit herbs in this forest. Human cultivators would often come here. However, in the past month, the entire forest was filled with a thick smell of blood. Many of the ferocious beasts here were bitten to death by a half-human, half-beast. Their flesh was eaten raw, and many of the spirit herbs here were also forcefully swallowed by him. This was a human, but he was crawling on the ground like a ferocious beast. His clothes were wrinkled and stained with pitch-black blood. His eyes, which were supposed to be black and bright, were emitting an endless, bloodthirsty red light. His entire body was filled with a cruel aura. This person was the eldest of the 10 disciples, Su Yan. That day, he could not bear the shock of his brothers dying and being eaten by wild beasts and went crazy. After becoming a half-human, half-beast existence, all the ferocious beasts in this forest were killed by him. All the human cultivators who came here were also bitten to death by him. The current Su Yan was a level 10 ferocious beast that had lost its mind. The dense, evil aura around him caused all the ferocious beasts to tremble in fear. The ferocious beasts that sensed this evil aura from several miles away would immediately flee. On this day, Su Yan, who was patrolling his territory, found a 600-year-old spirit herb. However, the ferocious beast guarding this spirit herb had run off to who knows where. Using both hands and feet, Su Yan pounced towards the spirit herb. His bloodshot eyes revealed a bloodthirsty desire. He lowered his head, revealing his blood-red teeth, and bit towards the spirit herb. After a few bites, he suddenly swallowed it. During this period of time, Su Yan had swallowed countless spirit herbs. It was a miracle that he did not explode and die. However, today, after swallowing this spirit herb, Su Yan lay on the ground and began to roll around. He let out a low growl, like a wild beast, the blood vessels all over his body bulging. His eyes were wide open, and the corners of his mouth constantly twitched, as if he was in great pain. Swallowing the spirit herb did not cause his body to explode, but the impact of the spirit herb seemed to have caused some problems in his brain. At this moment, Su Yan did not know how to circulate his cultivation technique and allowed the spirit herb's spiritual energy to flow freely in his stomach. He was in great pain, but was unable to make a sound. Instead, he was like a wild beast, constantly letting out low growls. Within his body, an endless amount of spirit qi was flowing. The spirit qi that was previously immersed in his veins was also being driven out by this dense spirit qi today. While the spirit qi was flowing randomly, Su Yan's cultivation method suddenly started to circulate, following which this heterogeneous energy flowed through his meridians towards his dantian. Chapter 56. Su Yan's dantian used to be extremely rich in true qi, but ever since he swallowed a lot of spirit herbs, every time this happened, the cultivation technique would automatically circulate and bring the spirit herbs into his dantian, so the true qi in his dantian was no longer pure. Another strong and ferocious energy gathered in Abdomen's body. His Zhen qi had already reached a limit, but at this time it unexpectedly changed. Su Yan's Zhen qi, which was at the peak of the 10th level, unexpectedly changed into the Xiantian Jin qi that Su Yan had always dreamed of. Su Yan actually broke through. Abdomen's Zhen qi was undergoing a qualitative change, but at the same time it was undergoing a quantitative change, gradually turning from impure to pure. At the same time, Su Yan's tyrannical aura was also slowly converging. After a long time, a Xiantian aura was emitted from Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan finally broke through. He became the first human to break through to the Xiantian realm in the history of the spiritual herbal garden. Why am I here? After breaking through, Su Yan also woke up. Seeing himself lying on the ground, covered in dirt, he couldn't believe it. Didn't I go to kill Zi Qin? Su Yan was puzzled, but then a series of memories flashed in his mind. There was the scene of stones rolling down the valley, the scene of the 10th brother being crushed to death, and the roars of Lin Yu and the others as they fought for a chance to survive. Scenes flashed in his mind, familiar and unfamiliar. There were Ling Chen and the others, Mui and the others, Zi Chen and Zhang Haotian, and finally all the memories were fixed on the scene of the vicious beast eating the humans. The mouth of the bloodthirsty red wolf was full of meat, and below it was half a corpse, and beside it was the long dead Xiaqiu. Second brother, third brother, my brothers! Tears fell from Su Yan's eyes. After breaking through to the Xiantian realm, he was awake. At the same time, he also knew what had happened before. He had bitten the vicious beasts here to death, killed the humans here, swallowed the elixirs here, and finally broke through by chance. Zi Chen, Zhang Haotian, I will definitely kill you. I will bite you to death. Su Yan, whose face was full of tears, suddenly laughed. He opened his mouth, revealing his blood-red teeth, looking ferocious and terrifying. At this time, there was a sudden movement in the forest. Su Yan, who was in the Xiantian realm, could hear the footsteps of a human. Swoosh! His figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, he was already 100 meters away. His figure flashed a few times and disappeared into the forest. A few hundred meters away, a young man was looking at Su Yan, who had suddenly appeared. His eyes were filled with fear. Speak, which faction are you from? Su Yan stared at the youth and coldly asked. That cold expression and the oppressive aura made the young man unable to breathe. His legs trembled in fear. Suddenly, the young man knelt down and begged, Senior brother, please don't kill me. I am the disciple of the Zhan martial ancestor. I am willing to exchange the information of the Millennium Elixir for my life. After saying that, the young man kept kowtowing. Martial ancestor? A cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Thinking back to the cold expression on Ling Chen's face, his heart was filled with killing intent. However, he was also very curious about the Millennium Elixir that the young man spoke of. Speak, what is going on? Su Yan's dark eyes had already turned red. This was a sign that he was about to kill someone. It is in the depths of the spiritual herbal garden. In a huge valley, there is a Millennium Elixir. I heard it from others, but it is said that the information is accurate. There is a powerful beast guarding it. Many people have already died. Do you know where it is? Yes, go straight in from here. The young man pointed to the right. Very good. Su Yan's eyes turned completely red. He had lost his mind. Like a beast, He pounced on the young man and used his mouth to bite his throat. Although Su Yan had regained his consciousness after the breakthrough, he would still lose his mind when he was angry. In the mountain forest, there were two beautiful figures walking. They were dressed in white and had stunning looks and graceful postures. In this spirit herb garden, where ferocious beasts often appeared, they seemed to be walking leisurely in their own backyard. These two were the two beauties of the Nimbus martial ancestor, Su Mengyao and Lin Shui. Senior sister, do you think this rumor is true? During this period of time, when the two were searching for elixirs, they had met many disciples and heard many secrets. Most of them were about Ziqin. If one were to ask who is the most famous person in the spiritual herbal garden right now, it would naturally not be those who were the strongest, but Ziqin and Zhang Haoyin. The two of them had worked together to kill Jinghua and the other three. This news was already very shocking, but what was even more shocking was the news that had just spread. Ziqin and Zhang Haotian had worked together to kill 9 of the 10 disciples of the spiritual martial sect. Other than the number 1 disciple of the inner sect, Su Yan, the other 9 had all died. When this news came out, all the cultivators in the spiritual herbal garden were in an uproar. Some admired, some questioned, and some cursed Ziqin for colluding with outsiders to kill his fellow disciples. However, whether it was admiration or cursing, Ziqin's reputation was very high. It's hard to say, but since everyone is saying so, then it must be true. Su Mengyao was wearing a spotless white dress and a pair of boots. Her slender waist was slim, and there was a smile on her peerless face. So you believe it too? Lin Shui jumped up in joy. She was probably the happiest person when news of Ziqin's strength came out. Look at how happy you are. A girl like you should be more reserved. Su Mengyao smiled and poked Lin Shui's forehead with her finger. Am I not happy? Lin Shui smiled. I really want to see Ziqin. I've reached Qi realm level 8. Next time I see him, I can surprise him. I like to see his shocked face. You. Su Mengyao smiled. Although she was a little older than Lin Shui, she treated Lin Shui as her own little sister and loved her very much. Suddenly, Su Mingyao's smile froze. She looked at the forest in front and said in a cold voice, Who is sneaking around in front? Why don't you dare to show yourself? Lin Shui was surprised and also looked in front. Haha, such sharp senses. I didn't expect to see such a beauty here. A loud laugh came from the forest, followed by several figures walking out of the forest. This was a group of strangers. Su Mengyao and Lin Shui had never seen them before, but they didn't dare to be careless. This was because the aura of the young man in the lead was actually at Qi realm level 10. Who are you? Su Mengyao stood in front of Lin Shui, protecting her behind her back. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qin Chong. I'm from the battle martial ancestor. Qin Chong smiled and made a move that he thought was very cool. However, the touch of lust in his eyes betrayed his deliberately created temperament. Beauty, seeing our senior brother Qin Chong, don't you want to come and greet him? It's your opportunity to see senior brother Qin Chong. If you can serve him well, maybe he'll take you to find that 1,000-year-old spirit medicine. Such two delicate beauties. I'm sure senior brother would be very happy to take them there. Without waiting for Su Mengyao to speak, the cultivators following Qin Chong laughed. They didn't know the strength of these people, but they couldn't be very strong. Hearing those words, Su Mingyao's beautiful face turned ashen. Lin Shui was even more infuriated. She directly said, Are all of you from the battle martial sect so impolite? Each and every one of you is like a dog. If you want to curry favor with your senior, why don't you serve him yourselves? I'm sure he'd be more than happy to be served by you. Lin Shui was very beautiful. She didn't have any dirty words, but her words were too vicious. Her words stunned everyone. As for senior brother Qin Chong, he seemed to have thought of the consequences of being served by them. He couldn't help but feel nauseous. Su Mengyao, whose face was livid, laughed at this scene. Lin Shui was even more so. She looked at the crowd with disdain, her eyes full of sarcasm. "You stinking bitch! How dare you talk so arrogantly? Senior brother, you don't have to do anything. We'll catch them first, and then let senior brother enjoy the fruits of our labor." One of the disciples was furious. He shouted and rushed forward. At the same time, the others also came forward. "Little girl, it's not too late to surrender and serve senior brother. Otherwise, we'll make you beg for death. That's right, you're the one serving senior brother now. If you dare to resist, you'll have to serve all of us when senior brother is done. Haha, I'll take good care of you and let you enjoy the bliss of the world." A few people rushed up, their mouths spouting vulgarities, but their hands displayed powerful strength, one attack after another. "Humph, how shameless. I think you guys should go accompany your senior brother and let him give you guys some flowers." Lin Shui snorted. Although she was very innocent, she was definitely not the kind of person who didn't know anything about the affairs between men and women. Her words were vicious and frightening, but compared to Lin Shui's mouth, her attacks were even more vicious. Her feet flashed, and the flowing cloud steps appeared. At the same time, palm prints appeared in the sky. It was the second-grade battle skill, 1,000 phantom palms. At first, there were 10 palm prints, then 100. But when the crowd rushed over, there were already 1,000 palm prints. 1,000 phantom palms, 1,000 palm prints. Obviously, she had comprehended the essence of Zhen Yi. Pum, 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 pum. These people were only at true Qi level 7, and there was only one true Qi level 8. Against Shui Lin, who had comprehended the quintessence of true intent, they were simply being abused. By the time the 1,000 palm prints fell, they had already been sent flying. At the same time, a few blood streaks appeared in the sky. The few Qi realm level 7 people were seriously injured. Humph, what a bunch of useless people. Lin Shui's eyes were filled with sarcasm again. As for Su Mengyao, she didn't even look at these people. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so tough." Lin Shui's beautiful attack made Qin Chang's eyes light up. The lust in his eyes was even stronger. Conquering a beauty with some strength was a great accomplishment. "Little girl, how dare you attack us? Do you know who we are? Ouch, it hurts. You little bitch. When senior brother is done with you, I'll definitely have you. You stinking bitch, you're so cruel. Ouch." A few people were wailing on the ground. With Chan Chong here, they had nothing to fear. "Senior sister, these people are really despicable. Leaving them alive would be a disaster. Why don't we just kill them all?" Lin Shui's heart was already filled with murderous intent towards the crowd's insults. Su Mengyao shook her head and hesitated. It's not good to kill. It was obvious that Su Mengyao was a kind person. At this moment, she was in a difficult position. Although she was very angry, it would be too much to just kill them. "Then let's just cripple them. Don't let them have the chance to do evil," Lin Shui suggested. "That's fine as long as we don't kill them." Su Mengyao nodded. Chapter 57. Poof, 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 poof. As the 1,000 phantom palms fell, the sound of qi breaking could be heard. The disciple of the martial ancestor, who was so arrogant before, was directly crippled by Shui Lin's clean move. Screams sounded again and again. This time, the screams were accompanied by despair. Abdomen was crippled, and it was extremely difficult to reforge abdomen. Not everyone in the world was Zichen and had Zichen's good luck. These people could be considered as crippled. From then on, they would be reduced to a crippled person. Their screams were mournful and filled with deep regret, but more than that, it was filled with hatred. You crippled them?" Qin Chong was shocked. The lust in his eyes had long disappeared. He never thought that the opponent would be so ruthless and so fast. In a moment of carelessness, all of his subordinates were crippled. "Of course, but you will be soon. Don't be surprised." Shui Lin said coldly. She took a few steps back and stood behind Su Mengyao. It was her turn to attack. Xue Lin could deal with an ordinary person, but she couldn't deal with a level 10 Jin Qi cultivator. I'm going to kill you. Chun Chong was furious. He roared and his body suddenly exploded. His level 10 Jin Qi began to surge. Both of his hands formed into claws with Jin Qi revolving around his fingers. With a terrifying power, he grabbed towards Xue Lin. First-class battle skill, Eagle Claw. However, before he could get close to Xue Lin, he felt a strong gust of wind. Then, a white spiritual snake blocked in front of him. After a snapping sound, the white snake had already arrived in front of Chun Chong and went straight for his eyes. Its speed was extremely fast as lightning. The white snake cut through the air and made a harsh sound. Chun Chong's expression changed. He felt that he had encountered a tough opponent. His two claws danced in the air and changed from attack to defense. He blocked in front of him with Jin Qi revolving around him. Just as the white snake was about to touch his two claws, the white snake shook in the air. Then it nimbly bypassed the two claws and attacked Chun Chong's chest. The innate battle skill, Spirit Snake Dance, was naturally not easy to block. Pa! A clear sound rang out as the white snake landed on Chun Chong's chest. Chun Chong's protective layer of primary energy instantly shattered, and a long wound appeared on his chest. There were also 2 bloody holes there. Next, Chun Chong's charging figure was sent flying backwards. Chun Chong had been defeated in one strike. Chun Chong's feet landed on the ground, and he retreated 7 to 8 meters before stabilizing his body. Then he felt a burning pain in his chest, and the blood in his stomach was boiling. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. You! Chun Chong looked at Su Mengyao in shock. At this moment, Su Mengyao's body was actually surging with the 9th layer of qi. Some of the other people who had been crippled by abdomen stopped wailing and looked at Su Mengyao in horror. They never thought that this woman, who looked prettier, would be so strong. Chun Chong, who was on the 10th level, was defeated in one strike. Speak! What's the deal with the 1,000-year-old elixir? Su Mengyao was holding a long white whip in her hand. The tail of the long whip was like the tail of a spiritual snake, and the head was like the mouth of a spiritual snake. The long whip seemed to be a light object, and at this moment it was dancing in the air like a living spiritual snake. The 1,000-year-old elixir is in a deep valley ahead. I accidentally found it. Su Mengyao's sharp attack had already frightened Chun Chong. At this moment, he carefully explained the matter of the 1,000-year-old elixir. However, in his heart, he already hated the 2 of them and was thinking about how to scheme against them. Humph, when you are about to die, I will definitely play with you. Even if you are already dead, I will not let you go. This was originally a scheme, and Chun Chong had no reason to hide it. When he humbly told the truth, he also had his own vicious scheme in his heart. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. Su Mengyao snorted softly. Her voice was sweet and pleasant, but very cold. This made Chun Chong's heart tremble. But then he saw the dancing spiritual snake rushing towards him once again. I already told you, and you still want to harm me. Chun Chong was shocked and quickly retreated. However, his speed was far from comparable to the spiritual snake's, and was quickly caught up. Chun Chong's face changed greatly, and the eagle claw reappeared. Streams of Jin Qi surrounded his fingers, and the eagle claw moved at extreme speed towards the spiritual snake's weak point. However, the spiritual snake was too fast, and it was abnormally slippery. Before the eagle claw could land, it had already landed on Chun Chong's lower abdomen. Pa! After a light sound, the Jin Qi protection dissipated, but then there was the sound of Jin Qi breaking. Chun Chong, who had Jin Qi at the 10th stage, had his abdomen destroyed by Su Mengyao and became a cripple from now on. I won't kill you, and I also think you are not suitable to be a cultivator. Su Mengyao took back the spiritual snake whip and turned around to leave with Xue Lin. In the future, you should learn to be an ordinary good person. Shuai Lin stuck out her tongue at the desperate people and cutely left. Ziqin, are you a bottomless pit? I gave you so many spirit medicines, but you still haven't broken through? Although he had long since known about Ziqin's situation, Zhang Haotian was still shocked to see that Ziqin had eaten no less than 10 500-year-old spirit medicines and still hadn't broken through to the 9th stage. Ziqin smiled bitterly. No, I'm only at the mid-8th stage. You. Zhang Haotian was speechless. Off to the side, Miao Kong sighed. AI, if you want to break through Ziqin, you'll need at least a few 1,000-year-old spirit medicines. 1,000-year-old spirit medicine? Do you think this spirit medicine garden will have them? Let alone a few. I'm afraid there won't even be a single one. That's not necessarily true. This place is very mysterious. If you go deeper, you'll naturally find them. Unfortunately, we only have half a year and can't go deeper. Miao Kong sighed. Since there's so many spirit medicines here, and even 1,000-year-old spirit medicines, why don't they send more experts and give us more time? Ziqin asked doubtfully. I know a little about this. Every time the spirit medicine garden opens, there is a fixed time. When the time is up, it will automatically close. As for experts, the strongest that can be accommodated here is at the 10th stage. Zhang Haotian said. So strange? It is very strange. Even the true element boundary elders can't explain this. The three of them chatted as they walked, and at the same time they were looking for spirit medicines. Suddenly, their eyes flashed, and they looked at a big tree on the side. Who is it? Get out here. Zhang Haotian coldly shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Haotian didn't wait for a reply. His figure flashed, and he flew forward. A moment later, he grabbed a young man by the collar and walked out. After throwing him on the ground with a bang, the three of them coldly looked at each other. Why are you hiding there? Did Ling Qin send you? Zhang Haotian coldly asked. Obviously, he already knew that the other party was the disciple of the martial ancestor. No. The young disciple hurriedly said, Senior Brother Zhang, don't misunderstand. I went to find a few of my friends to look for the 1,000-year-old spirit medicine. When I saw you from afar, I was scared, so I hid. The young man's explanation was very reasonable. During this period of time, Zhang Haotian had killed many disciples of the same sect, so it was normal for everyone to be in danger. The three of them didn't doubt this explanation, but they were very interested in the other party's words. 1,000-year-old spirit medicine? Could it be that there is a 1,000-year-old spirit medicine here? Miao Kong asked. Yes, it is in a deep valley. Recently, the news has spread. It is said that many disciples have died, so I don't dare to go alone. The young disciple's voice was filled with fear. The three of them asked a few more questions until they understood the whole thing. Okay, get out, Zhang Haotian coldly said. The young disciple was as if he had been pardoned, and was about to roll and crawl away. What, don't you know the rules? Zhang Haotian glared. Ah, Senior Brother Zhang, what rules? The young disciple was shocked and didn't dare to move. Baggage, contribution points. Don't tell me you want to leave like this? Zhang Haotian ridiculed. Ah. The young disciple's face instantly fell, but when he met Zhang Haotian's fierce gaze, he had no choice but to submit. He could only take out the token, hand over the baggage, and leave in a hurry. Humph, I'll wait for you to die one by one. After leaving a few li away, the young disciple's expression turned cold. Even the disciples of the martial ancestor didn't know much about the conspiracy of the martial ancestor. Everyone involved was Ling Chen's trusted aide. Zhang Haotian had a grudge with Ling Qin, so it was normal that he didn't know about it. A 500-year-old spirit medicine, not bad. Opening the baggage, Ziqin saw the 500-year-old spirit medicine and nodded with satisfaction. The following spirit medicines were all 100 or 200-year-old, and Ziqin didn't care about them. What do you guys think about the matter of 1,000 years old spirit herbs? Zichen swallowed the spirit herbs, one by one, as Miao Kong asked from the side. We can go and take a look, but it's better to believe it. Zhang Haoqian said. Zichen also nodded. The three of them were bold because of their skills. They didn't even care about those at the peak of the true energy realm, so what danger could there be? All right, let's wait for Zichen to finish refining, then we'll leave. Miao Kong said. No need. Zichen finished swallowing all the spirit medicines and waved his hand, saying, Let's go now, I'll refine them as we go. Then, ignoring the twitching expressions of the two, he walked straight ahead. Monster! The two mumbled and followed him. At the same time, Ling Qin successfully passed the news to those who didn't know. If one were to stand in the sky above the spiritual herbal garden, they would definitely be able to see that all the disciples were heading in the same direction. That direction was a huge valley, and in the depths of the valley was a huge lake. Among them, there was a figure who was the furthest away, but his speed was also the fastest. Whenever he overtook a person, he would bite that person to death like a ferocious beast. Even the disciples of the Nimbus martial ancestor weren't spared. Although Su Yan had recovered after his breakthrough, when he was angry, he would still lose his mind, turning into a half-human, half-beast. When he saw a male cultivator, he would bite them to death. When he saw a female cultivator, he would bite them to death. In short, no one was left alive. A few days later, Zichen and the other two finally arrived at the valley where the 1,000-year-old spirit medicine was. At this time, the valley was filled with people. Chapter 58. I knew you would come. Xue Lin was dressed in a white dress that was spotless. She had a slim figure and was elegant and refined. She rushed forward and a burst of fragrance blew past. She had already jumped into Zichen's arms and was very happy. Why are you here? Zichen was surprised to see Lin Xue. We came because we heard the news. There's already a lot of people here. The two of them hugged for a long time, not letting go until Miao Kong coughed. The two of them separated, their expressions a bit awkward. Zichen pulled Lin Xue over and said, Let me introduce you. This is the battle martial ancestor Zhang Haoyan. This is Lin Xue. I know you. News of your relationship has already spread. You're really amazing. Lin Xue sweetly smiled, revealing her dimples. Zhang Haoqian nodded and squeezed out a smile on his cold face. Zichen often talks about you. Really? He often talks about me? Lin Xue's eyes shone. Zhang Haoqian was very cold. Last time he had told a cold joke, and today he had lied out of politeness. Miao Kong was secretly laughing. Zhang Haoqian was a bit embarrassed. Zichen hastily said, Of course, he often talks about you. What do you mean? Lin Xue smiled at Zichen. Ah, he says you're both beautiful and intelligent. He says you're a celestial fairy. He says you're gentle, cute, beautiful, and generous. Zichen went against his conscience and spoke without shame. Hee, Zichen, you're the best. So in your heart, I'm actually so perfect. Lin Xue happily threw herself into Zichen's embrace. Zichen was speechless. After a long time of being lovey-dovey, the two of them finally walked into the valley. Senior apprentice sister is already inside. There really are 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs here, but they're very hard to find. Quite a few people have died recently, said Lin Xue. What? There really are 1,000-year-old medicinal herbs? Zichen was startled. He originally didn't have any hope, but he hadn't expected this to be true. Yes, you'll know once you go in. Lin Xue nodded. They walked towards the valley. This valley was very large and deep, surrounded by steep cliffs. It was even larger and steeper than the valley where Zichen had ambushed the 10 disciples of the inner sect. The three of them raised their heads at the same time, deep in thought. If someone were to attack from the top of the mountain, wouldn't they be able to kill a lot of people? The few of them walked into the valley. There were already quite a few people gathered inside. At a rough glance, there were at least 100 of them. Moreover, as soon as they entered the valley, a cold, damp wind blew past them. This wind was mixed with a thick smell of blood. "You're here." Su Mengyao was dressed in white. Her figure was graceful, and she was with a few female disciples. Wherever she went, she would attract countless gazes. In the distance, there were dozens of Nimbus martial ancestor disciples gathered together. Intentionally or unintentionally, their gazes were always on Su Mengyao. When they saw someone enter, they shifted their gazes. When they saw Zichen enter, he instantly attracted everyone's attention. Everyone who knew Zichen narrowed their eyes. This 1,000-year-old medicinal herb incident had alarmed many experts. Xian martial ancestor, Zhan martial ancestor, level 10 true Qi experts had all come. However, none of the Nimbus martial ancestors, level 10 experts, had come. The rumor that Zichen had killed the 10 disciples of the inner sect was not without reason. Therefore, everyone was very wary of Zichen. There were also some people who were speculating about his strength. There were many people from the 3 sections. At this moment, there were 3 groups. Among them, the Xian martial ancestor had the most experts. Mui and the others had all arrived. The Zhan martial ancestor was second, with only a few level 10 true Qi experts. Ling Chen and the others were nowhere to be seen. The Nimbus martial ancestor was the weakest. Zichen's arrival attracted everyone's attention. Among them, there were some people who had been robbed, and they also recognized Zichen. "He's Zichen, the one who has been the talk of the town recently. He even robbed me that day." Next to him is Zhang Haoqian, a disciple of the Zhan martial ancestor. He defeated a level 10 true Qi expert at level 8. He's definitely a genius. Could it be that the 2 of them killed Zhenghua and the others, as well as the 10 disciples of the inner sect? Looks like the rumors are true. The 2 of them are terrifyingly strong. Since they've come together, it's obvious that they've joined forces. The 2 of them were in the limelight, and they directly overshadowed Miao Kong. Therefore, when the 3 of them arrived, Zichen and Zhang Haoyan became the topic of discussion. The ugly Miao Kong was once again ignored. However, he was used to it and didn't care. "Zichen, you're famous now. Everyone is talking about you." Under Lin Shui's lead, Zichen went straight to Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao's chuckle immediately attracted many envious gazes. "Senior sister, you flatter me." Zichen also smiled. Once upon a time, he had to look up to Su Mengyao. However, after several months, Zichen was no longer reserved when he was with Su Mengyao. Instead, he was very indifferent. "Well, you're no longer the little junior brother from before. You can kill a 10th level Zhen Qi realm expert. You're also a strong expert. Don't call me senior sister. Call me by my name, or Mengyao is fine." Su Mengyao's smile was like 100 flowers blooming. The surrounding cold wind showed signs of melting, and once again attracted countless envious gazes. "All right then." Zichen carefully glanced at Lin Shui. Seeing that she didn't seem angry, Zichen also nodded. Su Mengyao had already seen Zichen's little action. She just smiled and didn't say anything. Lin Shui also saw it, and her heart was incomparably sweet. "Mengyao, where is the Millennium Elixir?" When Zichen called out Mengyao, Lin Shui's sweet heart suddenly had a sour taste, but she suppressed it very well. "Over there." Su Mengyao's jade-like finger pointed forward. Only then did Zichen discover that in the depths of the valley there was a large lake that was dozens of miles long. Moreover, at the end of the line of sight, which was the center of the lake, there was a protruding rock. On the rock there was a bright and dazzling spiritual flower, dazzling and dazzling. Seeing the spiritual flower, Zichen was shocked. At the same time, a very famous flower appeared in his mind. It was the water spirit flower. It was rumored that this flower grew because of the changes in the water and rocks. It was a very precious spiritual medicine, and it only bloomed once every 1,000 years. When a flower bloomed for 1,000 years, the entire flower was like a water spirit. It was in a transparent state, but under the illumination of the sun, it could reflect a bright light. Yes, it's the water spirit flower. Moreover, from what we can see, the flower is showing signs of withering. It should be more than 1,500 years old. This number shocked Zichen. He didn't expect to see a 1,500-year-old spiritual elixir in this place. The flower was more than 10 miles away from here. Although this distance was far, it was definitely not enough to suppress these cultivators. However, at this moment, more than 100 people were just watching, and no one went forward. Obviously, this was not an ordinary matter. There are ferocious beasts in the water. Zichen asked. Yes. Su Mengyao nodded and said, recently, dozens of people have been killed. They all disappeared into the whirlpool that suddenly appeared a few miles away, and they never came back. Zhang Haotian and Miao Kong listened quietly. Zichen's eyes showed a trace of surprise. No one saw what kind of ferocious beast it was. No one saw it, but everyone guessed that it was a water monster. Su Mengyao said, this explanation was as good as not saying anything. A water monster meant a monster in the water. There was no specific explanation. In the ancient books of the sect, there was no description of its appearance. As if she had guessed Zichen's thoughts, Su Mengyao said, at present this is the only explanation, because on the surface of the lake, besides the whirlpool, there is nothing else. Zichan walked forward, and Zhang Haotian and the others followed behind him. In front of the lake, he saw fish swimming in the clear water. There are fish in the lake, and the bottom of the lake is clear. How can there not be anything at the bottom of the lake? Zichen frowned, obviously puzzled. However, at this moment, a cry of alarm sounded. This voice came from the Xian martial ancestor. Xian martial ancestor's disciples had quickly built a wooden raft and placed it on the surface of the lake. They are going to test the water again. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the young man in blue. They saw him jump onto the wooden raft, and with the bamboo pole in his hand, the raft began to move forward. He is Zhao Tsong, one of the famous disciples of the Xian martial ancestor. It is said that he is second only to Mui and Liangguang. He is ranked third in the inner sect. The Xian martial ancestor sent Zhao Tsong to explore the bottom of the lake. Zhao Tsong has made his move. It seems like the Xian martial ancestor is determined to obtain the water spirit flower. In the midst of everyone's discussion, Zhao Tsong had already traveled to Li Zichen, and the others' eyes were fixed on Zhao Kong. At the same time, hundreds of eyes were also fixed on Zhao Kong. You must succeed! Mui and the others clenched their fists. Their eyes were full of expectation. Traveling with the wind, the speed of the raft was very fast. Zhao Tsong gently swayed, and the raft had already traveled several li. He changed his direction. It seems that there is something strange about that place. Seeing Zhao Tsong moving to the side, Su Mengyao explained. Everyone was quietly watching. When Zhao Tsong reached the 10 li mark, suddenly on the surface of the calm lake, there were waves. The endless lake water began to ripple, and then a huge whirlpool slowly appeared. Changing direction is not enough. Lu Peng's eyes flashed, and he shouted at Zhao Tsong, quickly get up! Hearing this shout, Zhao Tsong instantly gathered his qi, and with a tap of his foot, his body shot up like a cannonball, and in a flash he flew dozens of meters high. Pum! At this time the whirlpool became bigger, and the raft entered the whirlpool, and unexpectedly it exploded. Something is not right. The previous rafts had directly sunk to the bottom of the lake. Why did it explode this time? Someone exclaimed. They had discovered the problem. However, at this moment there was an explosion. Then, something that was as thick as a bucket and covered in scales that were dozens of meters long suddenly appeared from the whirlpool on the surface of the lake. pointing directly at Zhao Tsung in the air. This was the first time that everyone had seen the appearance of a water monster, and they all exclaimed, "Zhao Tsung, get out of the way!" A loud shout came from the Black Tortoise sect, but it was obviously nonsense. Zhao Tsung was in midair and had nowhere to borrow strength from, so how could he dodge? Seeing this thing full of scales appear, he roared and clenched his fists. His head was facing the ground, and his feet were facing the ground. 10 layers of Jinchi revolved around him, and a terrifying battle technique appeared. Boom! Chapter 59. A rebounding force appeared, and Zhao Tsung's body was once again thrown into the air. This time he flew 100 meters into the air. At the same time, the water monster's body also fell down. Boom! But then the water monster that had just disappeared into the lake appeared again, attacking Zhao Tsung, who was falling down. After a loud explosion, a line of blood appeared in the sky, and Zhao Tsung's body was once again sent flying into the air. But this time, Zhao Tsung didn't fly straight up. Instead, he flew diagonally. After flying 100 meters, he fell into a whirlpool that had just appeared. The whirlpool surged and splashed water several meters high. Occasionally, loud sounds could be heard. It seemed that Zhao Tsung was fighting with the water monster. After a while, the waves gradually became smaller. In the end, the clear water surface was covered with a large amount of blood. The churning lake slowly calmed down. Sigh. A sigh came from the Black Tortoise sect side. Clearly, Zhao Tsung was doomed. A 10th stage, true Qi cultivator had fallen, just like that. Everyone withdrew their gazes and sank into contemplation. They didn't speak for a long time. 1,000-year-old elixir was right in front of them, but they couldn't obtain it. Everyone was at their wits' end and sighed. "What do you think?" After a while, Zichun raised his head and asked, "It should be a water monster. Its strength should be at the 10th stage of true Qi. In other words, it should be a 10th level vicious beast. Look at those scales. It should be a tentacle or an octopus. Very likely." Everyone made their own guesses and expressed their own opinions. Zichun and the other two didn't speak. "What about you? What do you think?" Su Mengyao looked at Zichun. The others also looked at Zichun. Zichun pondered for a moment and said, "I have a different feeling from you. That Zhao Tsung is very strong. He can definitely kill an ordinary 10th stage vicious beast. But did you notice that when he fought with the water monster for the second time, he vomited blood and was seriously injured? Clearly the water monster is very strong. I think it should be at the Xiantian realm." "What? Xiantian realm? How is that possible? The limit of this place is the peak of the 10th stage?" Everyone was shocked. "That's an outsider. Who can say that there can't be Xiantian cultivators here?" Zichun said. Actually, there was one thing that he didn't say, which was that if he had enough spiritual herbs, he would be able to break through to the Xiantian realm. Everyone was stunned and fell into silence. Obviously, they were thinking about Zichun's words. Besides, I'm guessing that the water monster wasn't an octopus at all. It was covered in scales and looked more like a snake's tail. Of course, it's just a guess. I can't be sure, Zichun said again. The tail of a snake. If that's really the case, how long would the snake be? A few 100 meters? Is there such a long snake? I insist on being an octopus. Not bad. The possibility of it being an octopus is very high. Everyone was bewildered. After a round of discussion, they did not obtain anything substantial. They could only continue to waste time here. Miao Kong didn't say a word. He had sunk into contemplation and hadn't participated in the discussion. Zhang Haoqian was cold by nature, and discussing problems was not in his character. "Why aren't you saying anything? What do you think?" Zichun looked at Miao Kong. Miao Kong didn't speak much, but his observation was extremely sharp. His mind was always clear at all times. Miao Kong's gaze turned towards the Jean Martial ancestor. There were dozens of disciples gathered there. In terms of strength, the Nimbus martial ancestors' side was the weakest. But in terms of numbers, the Zhan martial ancestors' side was the fewest. I'm thinking, why did everyone know about the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, but why didn't Ling Qin know about it and didn't come? Xie Qiu also didn't come. Miao Kong said, none of this is surprising, but even Ling Fei didn't come. Miao Kong had never seen Ling Fei, but he had heard Zi Qin mention this arrogant youth. As long as he appeared, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. That's right. Miao Kong's words directly woke everyone up, as if they were enlightened. Zi Chen's eyes lit up. Could it be that you're saying this is a conspiracy? I can't guarantee it, but I keep feeling that something is wrong. That's right, senior sister. Who gave you the information? Is it also a disciple of the Zhan martial ancestor? Yes, it's a disciple of the Zhan martial ancestor. Lin Shui rushed to say. It's the same for us. Moreover, the other side's first sentence was about the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. I suspect that this is a conspiracy of the Zhan martial ancestor. Miao Kong said. But if the spiritual herb is really here, where did the conspiracy come from? Could it be that they want to reap the benefits of the Zhan martial ancestor's side? Everyone couldn't understand it. Ling Qin was busy with a big matter before. After seriously injuring me, he left in a hurry. This time he didn't appear again. Could it be that the matter has surpassed the temptation of the 1,000-year-old spiritual herb? Zhang Haoqian rarely spoke. Even so, Ling Fei should have appeared. Zi Qin said, this should be a conspiracy. But what is their purpose of using a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb as a conspiracy? Let the water monsters kill us, and we'll be fine as long as we don't enter the water. Or are they waiting for us to finish fighting the water monsters and then suddenly appear? Everyone was puzzled. At this moment, a burst of footsteps sounded. Everyone turned their heads and saw 3 youths walking towards them. It's the Xian martial ancestors, People, Mui and Liangguang. They are the strongest of the Xian martial ancestors' side. Someone whispered. Zi Chen and the others looked at the 3 uninvited guests with vigilance. Zhao Tsong had just died, so Mui and the others were in a bad mood. Their faces were gloomy. Seeing the vigilant eyes of Zi Chen and the others, they cupped their fists in greeting. Fellow juniors, I am the Xian martial ancestor, Mui. We don't have any evil intentions. We just want to discuss the matter of the water monsters with you. Mui said in a gentle voice. Zi Chen and the others relaxed their vigilance. This is Liangguang, and this is our junior brother Lu Peng. Mui stepped forward and introduced them one by one. I am Zi Chen. Zhang Haotian. Miao Kong greets senior brother. Su Mengyao. Lin Shui. Several people introduced themselves, and the tense atmosphere eased. Junior brother Zi Chen, I've heard a lot about you. Recently, your and Zhang Haotian's reputation has far surpassed ours. Mui said respectfully. Senior brother is overpraising me. Rumors can't be trusted. Zi Chen said with a smile. No, we didn't hear rumors. We saw the truth. Mui said. On that day, we followed Su Yan and went to the valley. We also saw the dead inner court disciples. Junior brother Zi Chen, whether it is wisdom or temperament, it is admirable. You and Su Yan are together? Zi Chen's face changed, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. As for Zhang Haotian, he was even more direct. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. Senior brother, don't misunderstand. On that day, when Su Yan came to us, we just wanted to see senior brother's elegant demeanor. Unfortunately, we didn't see senior brother, but we also admired senior brother for burying the enemy's corpse. Lu Peng smiled and explained. What about Su Yan? Lu Peng shook his head and said, I don't know. On that day, after he saw the corpse of the beast, he seemed to have gone crazy. He directly tore up the beast's corpse and ran away. Zi Chen's expression eased. I don't know what senior brother thinks about this water monster, Lu Peng asked. Calling me senior brother is very awkward. You should call me Zichin. Zichin said, I suspect that this water monster is a Xiantian master. It may be a giant snake, but some people say that it is an octopus. The one that dealt with Zhao Tsong was just a tentacle. You also think that it is a Xiantian master snake? Lu Peng's eyes lit up. Zichin nodded and said, It's just a guess. I don't dare to jump to conclusions. Then what can you do? At present, there is no way unless. After hesitating for a moment, Zichin said, Unless we all enter the water and use our lives to kill the water monster. This was a stupid way, but it was the only way. Zhao Tsong died in a few moves. Zichin didn't think that he was stronger than Zhao Tsong, so he couldn't go alone. LV Peng nodded and said, This is indeed a method, but to lose so many people's lives for a millennium elixir, it doesn't seem to be worth it. Moreover, not everyone is willing to go in. Although there were many people here, everyone had their own thoughts, and it was impossible to command them. Most of them were just here to join in the fun. It seems that this 1,000-year-old elixir is not fated to be with us. Lu Peng sighed. The others were also disappointed. It's a pity that it is a water monster. If it was on land, there might be some possibility. Zichin also sighed. 1,000-year-old elixir was a good thing, but they couldn't get it. Zichin pondered for a long time and finally said, We guess that this might be a conspiracy of Ling Chen, but we really can't figure out why he would do this. After hesitating for a while, Zichin finally told the truth. If this was a conspiracy, then the two sides could form an alliance. Lu Peng, Mui, and Liangguang all frowned. They looked at the martial ancestors' side and saw that there were only 2 level 10 Jinqi experts, and there weren't many disciples. If this is a conspiracy, then there must be many schemes. We might as well withdraw from here. Lu Peng suggested, Reasonable, let's withdraw first and see if this is a conspiracy. Zichin and the others nodded. I'll go gather people. Mui turned and left. However, at this time, a tyrannical aura suddenly emerged from the mouth of the valley. The terrifying Xiantian level pressure made everyone's face change. Not good. This is a Xiantian level monster beast. How can there be a Xiantian level monster beast here? Above level 10 vicious beasts were monster beasts. Under the tyrannical pressure, the heaven and earth Ling Qi in the valley became chaotic. A ruthless killing intent filled the entire valley. Is this Ling Chen's backup plan? He wants to kill us all. In front of them was a Xiantian level monster beast, and behind them was the lake. It was more dangerous, and they had no way to retreat. Some people guessed the martial ancestors' conspiracy. So sinister, he didn't hesitate to kill his own sex people. At this moment, everyone was certain that this was the battle sex scheme. Just at this moment, a thick smell of blood appeared from the entrance of the valley. Immediately after, a figure flew towards the valley. With a single step, it covered over 100 meters. The figure had disheveled hair, cold eyes, and a tyrannical aura around him. The Xiantian level pressure was coming from him. It's not a monster beast, it's a human. Someone actually broke through to the Xiantian level. Seeing that it was a human, some of the cultivators secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, when Zichin saw the figure, his eyes were filled with shock.